a little bit unnerving, but we're gonna get through it. Yes. Um,
Yay.
so yes, thank you for the cheer. So we are playing. This is one of our games that we play with our Twitch subscribers and our Patreon supporters as a thank you for supporting the channel. So these are games that you could potentially find yourself in if you support us in one of those two ways. The way it works is the people that support the Patreon get the first chance to sign up when we create signups for these games. And then we do fill in when we have open spots for our Twitch subscribers to potentially come in and join us for a game. And so if you do support in either of those two ways, probably the best way to get a hold of those signups would be to join us in our Discord server. And yeah, we've got a good community. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing here on the channel, please do stop by our Discord server so you come hang out with us in between the streams and um, tell us about all the terrible boneheaded moves that we made during the game.
That never happens.
That never happens. Whatever you want to do, come and hang out. So link to the Discord is there in the chat. We've got, I guess the other big piece of news that we have is that we are what exactly 2 weeks away. At least my game. We're doing Extra Life this year, and that's going to be happening the week of Thanksgiving. Starting with Monday the 23rd will be the first game. All the DMs from the channel have volunteered their time that they normally run their games on the channel to raise some money for children's hospitals of their choice. And so just about every day that week except Thanksgiving, we've got a game running to raise some money and support this cause. That this is our third year doing Extra Life. But this year, my game will be happening on the 27th, and a couple of the folks here will be joining me for that. We're up to 10 hours right now. We're about $195 away from meeting our goal, and I think I said on our Extra Life we're trying to raise that by the 20th. So basically 1 week to get that in. So I'm pretty confident we're going to make it, and when basically every $100 that we raise, we're running an hour of another one of these same adventure books from Goodman Games. Not this particular one, but the one that just got released like a month ago, Castle Amber. So that could be kind of check out the Extra Life page that I just linked in the chat there if you want to see all the different things that all the DMs are running. I don't even remember. I know Casey's got a number of crazy things that you could donate to his game and get, I don't know, unlockables that'll take place during the course of his stream. And I think a number of the other DMs have similar things that they put up. So, yeah, check those things out. Let's see. I think let's get right into it. Talking about this game that is before us here tonight. So, previously in the Lost City, we had a number of adventurers who had been caravanning across the Elysian desert when they got caught up in a sandstorm and lost their way as they were traversing the multi-day journey across the desert back to the keep on the Borderlands, where many of them likely picked up their jobs. After getting kind of sidelined in the deserts, they quickly became at a loss for food, water, and supplies and the such. And times were getting desperate when they came upon a ruined city, and at its center a pyramid. With really no other options in terms of looking for possible ways to resupply. A number of them went inside the pyramid to see what they could find, and they discovered that this pyramid was not just an old tomb to some monarchs from long, long ago, but actually there were some people that were dwelling inside, a race of humans who call themselves Synodicians, who have adapted to living under the ground, under the earth. They've adapted dark vision, and have adapted to being able to cultivate food, and they even have a city, they say, in a large cavern underneath the pyramid. Unfortunately, they had lost control of their city about a year ago to fanatics that worship a monster called Zargon, and so they have what's left of these Synodicians are living now in this pyramid, exiled from their city, kind of biding their time, maybe hoping for a moment where they might be able to reclaim parts of their city. And the adventurers, this is where the interests of the adventuring party and the Synodicians kind of aligns, in that if they could recapture the city, they would be able to get access to that lake and food and supplies and resources that might be able to send this caravan back home. And for the Synodicians, the adventurers represent the people power needed to maybe be able to make that happen, to pose a large enough affront to Zargon and his forces. The problem that the adventuring party has kind of realized is that the Synodicians who live here in the pyramid are fractured. They're a fractured society, worshiping different gods, that of Gorm, god of might and justice, that of Usamagaris, a god of healing, magic, and secrets and knowledge, and Matarua, a god of life, death, conviction, and sort of believing in virtue. And so each of these different clans, they have grievances with one another that maybe go way, way back, but primarily their divide between these three factions really results, like the breaking point was a battle that took place to try to actually slay Zargon once and for all. And I think our player characters here maybe know bits and pieces of that story from the sessions that they played in. And so there's a lot of blame that has been leveraged from the various leaders of those factions against the others. And so this has really been a roadblock for them in terms of cooperating and coming together to maybe resist Zargon. Very, very recently, in the past couple of days here, the party was visited by a ghost of Demetrius, who was the former leader of the Magi of Usamagaris. And Professor, one of the characters here, is a member of that group himself, and actually had this ghost possess him for a little bit in the most previous session. And Demetrius allowed almost a vision to the party that Zargon was planning a large-scale assault to come up into the pyramid and wipe out the Synodicians once and for all. And so that is kind of where we're picking up, is the various factions have been in their own ways kind of planning for this, kind of in isolation. But you've just returned with Pandora, who is the ruler of the warrior maidens of Matarua. And Professor actually was instrumental in helping to save her life. The warrior maidens had gone down into the pyramid to kind of make a preemptive strike of their own against Zargon's forces. And the party was able to go and kind of intervene to pull them back before they needlessly maybe got themselves a little too far in. And so we're going to be picking up there. But first, we're going to give our characters here a chance to introduce themselves and tell us a little something about their story. And so I'm not going to give you necessarily like a specific prompt, but just give us your name, class, race, and tell us a little bit about your character and where they're kind of at right now in this story and this adventure, trying to help these Synodicians reclaim their city. And so, let us start first with Halibut.
Uh, Halibut is a third level cleric, hill dwarf. Um, he's he as far as his thoughts about where he is at helping these three factions. He is seeing them in the same light that he sees himself, um, and uh, and how he has made mistakes in his own life. He sees them making the same mistakes. So that's where he's at, and he's going to try to tell them not to do that, or they will end up like himself, um, self-hating.
Sounds good. Next up, we have Murray Britt Germain.
Hi, I'm Isaac. I play Mary Brett Jermaine. I'm a Goliath rogue. Recently, um, we've at least a few days ago, we some of my friends and I kind of overtook um these two bastards that left me for dead at a restaurant, having to pay for a bill. Um, and we found them. In fact, they were ransacking a tomb. So we decided to, well, not really decide, but they kind of forced our hands. So we had to kind of dispatch them. And I feel, for the first time, free. I feel excited to be here. I'm maybe not truly invested yet in anything, but I feel a bit more invested in myself at the moment. And I am kind of just looking to see that, kind of to see that, kind of make everyone happy, I guess. It's nice to be happy. It really is.
Well, you're in a good place. There's a lot of happiness that needs to be spread here among the Synodicians.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Pico.
Hello, I play Pico. Pico is a grung, like a little frog person, druid, and he's he's feeling a little nervous the longer that he stays in the in what am I thinking of, the temples. Um, Even though he likes to check out places like this, it's the dry nature of it and the lack of water makes him feel more nervous the longer that he stays here. So he's excited to see what help can be given to the citizens, and to hopefully get access to like the resources, and then hopefully get back on the road to see if he can find his friend.
Sounds good. I hope for that too. That would be good. And next up, we have Professor.
Hi, I'm Dawson. I'm playing Professor, human wizard. Uh, as for what I think of these past events, when you get to my age, you get to think about what kind of legacy you left on the world. And frankly, I haven't done shit. I'm a language professor. Not that interesting. But I believe at this very moment, with these lovely group of people we have just met, that maybe, just maybe, my stupid ass career won't be for nothing. And that we can finally unite the clans once again and have us, not all get murdered horribly in our sleep.
Sounds good. And next up, we have Savoie.
I'm Scott. I'm playing Savoie, who's an elven monk who's recently discovered that all that time in a monastery working as a calligrapher has given him a little bit above average reflexes. But he'd been there for several decades before he won the lottery and got this vacation. He's been quite upset about how the vacation trip he was promised was derailed into this other event, no gift shop, etc. But he started to figure out the rules. So he first was with the Brotherhood of Gorm, who was one kind of trainer. Then they moved into the Magi section where they got a different kind of training. And then he got a little bit of introduction to the Maidens. And he figures one of them is going to be his ideal coach, who's going to coach him through into the final competition against the other contestants to see who really is going to win this overall contest. And so he's really primed up to think about it. The game show nature of this has finally been revealed, and he's quite excited to be in the top 6 or 7 players.
Sounds good. Keep that sentiment alive. There's going to be a session in the future that will really play into that.
Syndicacy and Idol, I think it's called.
Yeah. All right, so that's our group for the evening, and they've all now been invited to meet with Pandora in the chambers of the Warrior Maidens of Matarua, some 30 feet away from the rotating passageway in the center of this level. And here she is. She, as you have all come... Oop, my image just disappeared. As you're all coming in here to sit down, there is a bit of a feast laid out, although Pico may be the only one that finds it appetizing in any kind of way. I could be wrong on that, but there is kind of earthen dishware and bowls and cups that have been laid out. The drink, which there's like one of the warrior maidens comes in and like is kind of bringing some of these platters of what look like locusts, just kind of heaped up and piled up, and it would appear to be like different kinds, like they've been prepared in different ways. Some of them have kind of a batter on them. Some of them are more just dried out and kind of crunchy looking, but all sorts of different things. And there's kind of bowls of kind of fungal mushrooms and things like that. And you're being earthen vase is being poured some kind of a very kind of thick, almost like consistency of like maybe milk, but it's kind of got a almost like brownish putrid kind of coloration to it, and it has a fairly pungent odor. So all of this is somewhat odd to you in terms of food and drink, but you're encouraged to indulge in some of it. And at some point, Pandora herself enters into the room. A striking figure. She wears what is clearly like a chainmail suit, but then over that a tabard of sort of a green cloak or greenish cloth, and on her face she wears a bronze mask that seems to depict a woman, likely that of the visage of Matarua herself. But as she goes to like sit down, the very stern-looking face of the woman, she removes that mask and puts it on the table, and her expression is actually quite gleeful and happy. Maybe not really the expectation that you have of what you had heard as the stern or this like this warrior woman, and she just kind of sighs and takes a seat, and she looks almost immediately at you, Professor, and she says, I have to say I'm feeling much better than I was the night before, and I have you to thank for it, Professor.
You don't have to thank me at all. I was just trying to do the right thing.
Well, I have to say that kind of defies my expectations. I mean, I'm not, I'm not gonna lie. I have some prejudices against you and the Magi, but turns out at least one of you is okay.
With age comes wisdom.
Well, and do I understand it correctly? My friends were saying that you use a blade, a sword. That's quite unusual for a Magi.
I do actually. If you like to see it, it's just right over there in the corner.
And you see, she does head over there. She stands up and she goes and she picks it up and she's kind of maybe inspecting it, like she's looking at the hilt. She's like, "It's a fine make. Did Where did you get this sword?"
Oh, the sword originally did not belong to me. It belonged to my son. I've kind of taken up its mantle.
And she kind of considers like kind of the way that you just said that, and she kind of you get the sense that she recognizes or understands kind of the what that means, what you're saying, and she drops the subject to be respectful, and she just changes the subject and says, "Well, you have my thanks. You know, our faith, our traditions with Matarua, they teach us that we should live each moment to the fullest. And when I was down there in that battle, you know, we don't fear death. It's just the next chapter. But I think in bringing me back, I have a lot more work here yet to do. And so I thank you, and you have my utmost respect." And you can see she kind of runs the tip of her finger along your blade and draws blood, and she smears that on kind of the broad side of one side of your sword, and then she kind of respectfully like puts it back into the corner, just as she found it, and then she heads back to the head seat of the table, and she says, "So I have to ask you, we haven't had a chance to talk. It's strange to see up people from the topsiders like yourself come to Synodicea. What has brought you here?"
I came on vacation, and I think this is it was a slow starter, but you guys are really starting to pick up the service industry. I mean, you've got a long way to go, but I'm sure when I write my final review, you'll be pleased. To keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. That's nice of you to say.
I think you remember me from the battle scene when you took that dive and I killed the guy that killed you. That was me. So just mark that in your ledger for later.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I don't remember it exactly that way, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure someone on your team's keeping score, and I just want to make sure I get full points for that.
Well, I know that you must have some interest in seeing us reclaim the city of Synodicea. But I am also, my advisors tell me of this, this upcoming attack. That's why we went down there. That's why we went to strike first. So, you have my respect. You helped us out. You saved my life, and so I'm curious what you would have me do. If not, bring the fight to Zargon, then what should we do?
If at all possible, perhaps meet with Arga himself and maybe even Canadius and have us a professional discussion. We've been separated for over a year now, and with the impending crisis about to be upon us, I don't wish for us to all die.
And my coach, Canadius, he thinks that you guys should not do what you did when we had to save you from dying because you'll die and then no one wins. You're going down there by yourself. That doesn't work. But your plan from before working together, I think that's something you need to go back to.
So Canadius is ready to do something, is what you're saying? He's actually thinking he might want to try and.
Well, do you remember? I don't speak for my coach. I only know what he told me, and what he told me was that he was down there last year, and then the Magi went all crazy. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. I think I slept through that class, but they did something stupid, and he thought they should all run away, and you wouldn't run away. But the start of the story was he was there when all of you were together. So I figure if all of you are together, he'll be there.
Well, I see the wisdom in this. If you think you can get the two of them to come here and talk, I'd be more than willing to listen to them.
You seem pretty nice.
Well, thank you.
Well, I mean, they did say that you were nice, but I didn't expect to see how nice you really were. Your smile brightens up the room.
Well, you're making me blush.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's a nice thing. I haven't heard such nice words. We've been kind of alone up here for a long time.
He goes
Yeah,
like
these
this
are-
and goes like this and kind of twirls his little piece of hay he has in his mouth.
She just like looks at you like kind of unusually. She's like, okay, well that's cool. So, well we'll get things prepared on our side. If you want to go and retrieve Auriga and Canadius, we could certainly meet here.
I don't know. Cotton Ball, Professor. I think you might recall that your boss guy, he didn't like to leave his room. I don't know whether he's got agoraphobia or what, but he wasn't one for moving. He thought we were all at his disposal. Would he come down here, or is there some other place we can go?
I'm sure he'd be fine. I'm sure he's the one that just delved far too much deeper into the pyramid than he has to. He's kind of our last remaining leader of sorts. The other one's kind of, dead. I'll go have a word with him. Pandora, if you would excuse me, may I go fetch him?
She says, absolutely. We look forward to seeing you upon your return.
Thank you for the meal. It's lovely. Baked locust is my favorite.
While everyone's talking, Pico is literally just like one after the other. Just like stuffing locusts down his mouth.
You never knew that there are so many different ways to prepare locust.
I'm gonna have to get the recipe because these are all really good. I love the way that you bake it to a crisp.
So, Professor, you end up heading and getting Auriga. And let's see, Savoie, where would you be the representative to go and try to seek Canadius?
Oh yeah, we're besties. He's really vested in my success here, and as a good coach, I'm sure he's going to be there when it's my turn to shine.
So, Auriga is pretty. He's ready. He's been. His whole reason for having you go save the Warrior Maidens was to see a conference like this come together and happen. Savoie, you have a little bit more difficulty getting Canadius. Like, he is very dug in, but
I do have his name engraved on a mug, so I think that's got to go somewhere.
It must at some point. Maybe use some flattery or something to coax him into trying to give an inch, and he eventually acquiesces and agrees to this meeting. And so pull up all these figures now together. think Ariga is like the oddest looking of the bunch.
I can't wait. I'm just.
Yeah.
He doesn't look that hard. Come on now.
It's
He's
it's
It's
so
those
much
lips.
lip.
It's
Yeah.
those lips.
it's
the
the
mask.
it's
not
the
even
It's his
mask.
mask, yeah.
No, it's the lips.
For a second, I thought he was wearing like a turtleneck, but there's chest hair on the turtleneck, so I think that's just neck roll.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
He really loves his baked locusts, if you know what I'm saying.
There's
I
a lot
would
of
really
stuff
hope
going
his
on.
lips are just that big.
Yeah, he's got a very frog-like demeanor.
So these three, they come together. Maybe I should. I don't have tokens out there necessarily for them, but they all sit and they do their best to sit like kind of as far away from each other as they can, so they can keep eyes on everyone. There's like some discussion at the front end. Like everyone kind of agrees not to have any of their people necessarily in this room. That it's just the three of them and then you all here. And they all, to varying degrees, trust you all, probably more so than each other. And so it's been kind of agreed that you will be able to kind of sit in on this meeting. And you get the sense that it's not, they say it's to mediate, but you also get the sense that they're also maybe looking for validation in terms of if they have you here, you could be the ones to say who's right and who's wrong. And so that might be a part of their motivation for having you here as well. But as they all sit and they're kind of, maybe munching a little bit on some of the snacks, but it turns to business pretty quickly. And Canadius starts in and he says, well, I guess I'll be the first to start. Frankly, I don't trust either one of you to be able to make any decisions on the battlefield whatsoever. And from what I hear, the warrior maidens here just made a very foolhardy attempt at making a run at the Zarganites just yesterday.
Canadius,
so-
tamp down on the negativity, man. Meet in the middle.
I'd rather not meet in the middle if that means that another one of the Brotherhood will lose their life. How many did you lose? And he's directing that at Pandora. And then she immediately says, well, we don't fear death. We don't fear it so much that we've been waiting and waiting and waiting a whole year without taking any action. What have you been doing this past year? We've at least been trying and making inroads to take back our city. What have you done? And then you could see Ariga is kind of like putting his hands up and he says, everyone, okay, let's just cool. Let's bring the temperature down just a little bit, okay? It's we're out here in the desert, but come on. This is a little too much, I think.
I need to speak up. I need to say something. I mean, I don't know about what the rest of you are doing. I know that we had to go save, some people from a dead guy's ghost. That was something we helped you guys with, and the warrior maidens, we helped you guys from all dying, and then even brought one of you back from the dead. But the Brotherhood, they were the first people that found us, brought us in. They put me in this excellent, training camp. I was a calligrapher, yet I think, as you all know, I'm an outstanding warrior now. So I don't know that if this whole not doing anything is really true. I think it's just, how do you spend your time in the past to get ready for now? And I think now is what we should be thinking about. What do we want to do now? Live in the now.
And Ariga says, I agree. Now is the time. We are all here at this table. We sit and we talk. We must come up with a strategy. They are going to attack us any moment now. And Canadius says, "Yeah, strange that you should want us to take matters into our own hands right now when it is your former leader's brother who is responsible for this oncoming attack, from what I understand. And the spirit of this Demetrius being found right now, I suspect foul play. How can we be assured that you're not working with Zargon?"
Because Darius has already been killed.
That's true. We saw that.
I saw it. I kind of already did it with the help of the lovely new folk.
So, Professor, you are trying to make a pitch that Darius has been taken care of, that that Demetrius, the Magi, have tried to resolve their own issue here.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of check would you like to make to make that pitch to Canadius?
Oh, you put me on the spot already. Ooh. I mean, I just said the 5 words. So there's not really much I can go off of.
No, they were powerful words though.
They were very performance. I was very intense with my words, and I chose them specifically for that moment. I could have said at any point, but now was the time to say it.
Okay. Is there like some kind of flair that you're putting on this to make it a performance check?
Would I have grabbed anything off of Darius to prove that he's been killed? I assume I would have.
Yeah, he probably would have had
His flail?
his flail, certainly. And he probably would have, let's say he still has his holy symbol, but it's like clearly like kind of been defaced to look like an eye versus the 5-pointed star.
Let's say Professor, after saying those words, reaches into his pocket, places the holy symbol on the thing, and slides for Canadius. He's
Okay.
already been taken care of. Slides.
Sounds good. Go ahead and make the check. And you can see Canadius picks it up and looks at it, and he just kind of tosses it off into the corner. He says, "This is a mere... Every one of the Zargonites has one of these. This proves nothing."
His blade runs through my sword. I'm pretty sure it's evidence enough. I have at least 5 other witnesses who were there.
I'm no fan of one side over the other, but I mean, I did see the professor kill the guy that everyone else was calling the leader of the Zargonites, and the ghost guy that was there, he thought it was good. So if the ghost guy was the good guy in the first episode of this, before he hit the season finale and the cliffhanger, I think that now that ghost has come back for season 2 and really playing this out, I think that's got to be cinching it, right?
Savoy, you could make... It kind of sounds like a persuasion. You're trying to persuade him that you witnessed these events take place.
Of course, that's something I'm really terrible at.
That's good. That's good.
Canadius says, regardless, it doesn't make up for the fact that these things happened, that they could have more, just like Darius, in their ranks. We can't trust them. I won't trust the lives of my people to those that have made these foolish mistakes in the past.
Well, first off, hi. Let's think about it like this. Wow. The fact that we have so many different people here on this table in the first place is a bit amazing, we have this powerful, beautiful maiden. Gorgeous. Dreamy. Smart. Kind. Caring, maybe. We also have you. You're very you care about your people. We have this guy over here who made me a steak. That was pretty cool. What I'm trying to say is that the fact that you're all in one place here means that you want to try to work this out. We have a common goal, it seems.
So, you are making the pitch for unity, sort of a pitch that everybody has some value. What do you think for check here?
Deception. I'm just kidding. I'll do. I'll go persuasion if
All
that's
right.
okay. All right.
Okay, and with your words, they all are kind of like looking at each other and nodding, like they're agreeing that this is momentous to see this happen. This isn't something that's happened for an entire year. So with that, Ariga says, Murray Britt Jermaine is correct. We have so many things that we all need to come together because we make up a collective. Only united can we defeat Zargon. And of course, we all bring something to the table. Yes? No?
Yeah.
And I think we're going to break this one down just to make sure we're getting everybody. So we're going to do a round, and each of you is going to have a chance to... You're going to direct your comments to one of the leaders and explain to them the value of one of these other... either one of these other leaders, or you can address it as the faction as a whole. So let's start first with Helibet.
Oh, I am Helbet, a cleric. And you probably haven't even heard of me, but if you have, you'd think of me as cursed. I wouldn't want the rest of you to feel like I am become me, but I feel that you will become me if you keep down the same path that you are. You don't want to accept each other's help. That is exactly what I did in the past, and that's how I became the way I am. I am a cleric. I was the top of my class. I felt that no one could do any better than I could. I came to this village to save them. I never went to get help. I was the top of my class, but I had no practical experience. And because of that, because I wouldn't go a short distance and find others who had practical experience that may have been able to help me, an entire town perished because of that. Because I did not seek out others that could have joined with me and sought a cure for this disease in this town. Because you are so consumed with yourself, seeing yourselves as the best. You don't see them, your others, as having any practical experience that you do not possess. Because you want to stay separate, you will fail and you will regret it and you will become as pitiful as I am.
So
Join together, or you will become me.
So this will be a little bit different. You're kind of speaking to everybody. So, and you're really invoking kind of a personal story that potentially might move them. I'll give you advantage just because of it was an impassioned story, and we haven't heard that from hell of it. So advantage on what do you think? Persuasion. I think it could be performance. It's kind of storytelling. What do you think?
Well, persuasion, I probably have the best.
Okay, sounds good. And you have advantage on that.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice. Whoa. 2d20. That's it. Woo.
So
How,
you can.
how did I get that?
What's that?
Okay. Did I roll the wrong thing here?
No, it's fine.
No.
Based on the rolls,
Mhm.
you had a 17 and then whatever modifiers. So,
Well, it'd be +1.
sure. So Canadius, he, you see him like pull up his visor, like he's like the only one that was still had his mask on, but he pulls up his visor on that helmet of comprehend languages that he has on, and he looks at you, Halibut, and he says, "Your story moves me, dwarf. Um, we we have many disagreements between us, but um, I we need to put our pride aside, is what I hear you say, and we need to do this to unify Synodicea, to see Synodicea once again become what it could be. You've given me much to think about." And the others kind of nod their heads knowingly or in acceptance. They also seem to be agreeing with that. So let's go to Pico. What is something that Pico would say to one of the leaders to try to get them to see the value in another, whether it's another leader or another one of the factions?
Mm. He's gonna kind of finish munching off one of his many locusts. He's just kind of taking in everything, just to like see what he could roll with, and he's gonna kind of. I think he might focus on Canadius a little bit, since he seems to be the most standoffish as of right now. Starting to kind of warm up, but maybe still a little standoffish. And he's gonna be like, well, Mr. Canadius, I'm I'm not the best speaker, and and uh, I'm no warrior. And he's gonna kind of like hold up his like grung gangly little arm and kind of do like a little flex, and there's like nothing there. And he's gonna be like, but I've spent some time with warriors of your faction in the past, and even though me as a scholar and a magic user am very different than those who fight, it was bringing together the our uh, various talents that helped us survive exploring through these tunnels. And just from experience, from learning of past battles and events, when a group is fractured like this, it makes it easier for another to drive them further apart and claim what they want. I've spoken to a lot of you, or not really spoken, but listened to a lot of you, and you all want the same thing, but if you stay fractured like this, then just a little tap will be enough to break you apart completely, and I don't want to see that happen to any of you. I think the best way is to rely on that adaptability to strengthen together and really push back on Zargon's forces. I think it's through that unity that you'll have the greatest chances of survival and thriving.
I can understand working with the warrior maidens. We have a lot in common. We might disagree on tactics, but we understand one thing: might is right. What good are they? And he points at Ariga. And he points at Professor.
Well, he's like, again, we might not be the mightiest, but should you run into something where might can't save you, then then perhaps they can be there to even the playing field, and not and you can see he's like kind of getting like nervous. He's like well, I mean, that's why it's better to work together. That way you have less weaknesses for Zargon to exploit.
What kind of check do you think for this?
I was initially trying to go with like a history, like based on like what he studied and like other cultures in the past, or just survival, like just the like being able to adapt quickly to different stuff.
Yeah, so it'll still be a charisma based check, but you get your proficiency on it.
Gotcha. Okay. I think I started to lean more into the survival. Do I need to change it so it's not wisdom based? It's like
actually, you could just roll a d20 and then add the plus. What would it be? It'd be a +1, I guess.
I think my charisma is a -1. So.
Okay. So he says, however useful that they are, whatever talents that they have, whatever strategy that they bring, nothing is irreplaceable to trust. And
could I speak up at this time?
Sure.
Or listen, and he's gonna kind of stand up slowly and move over and put his hand like fondly on Professor. Say, listen, and he'd kind of shake him a bit. Say, when I met this guy here, I'm not gonna lie, I hated him.
What?
He smelled weird. Smelled like cotton balls in this weird, like strong, like nasty musk. He was a bit rude. He didn't remember my name often, but then as I grew to know him, I respected him. Not for what he could do, but for who he was. When I was attacked by some asshole bastard pricks, this gentleman right here had my back. I never had a father, and in no way do I consider him my dad, but he is a good friend. You know, I trust him, and believe me, you could trust that I did not like this guy. I mean, look at him. Do you like him?
Make a check. What do you think?
Do you? Right, he does not have a likable face.
I feel like I'm being both insulted and complimented at the same time.
But you would feel that
Ariga is
it's
over there. He's just like sniffing his robes. He's
Don't worry. I already did the
smell
same.
like cotton balls.
I thought combo was a very
Is
pleasant
it all of
scent.
us?
I think it is.
But and he would just say if this man vouches for anyone, I would put my life on the line for this guy. He's a good guy, he'd say.
All right, what do you think we're rolling?
Another deception check. We'll do maybe persuasion.
Okay.
I would, yeah, I guess. We'll do persuasion. Did it roll?
Not yet.
No.
Okay. Let me try that again.
Oh,
You see,
gonna-
Canadius
Help.
says, "Oh, well, I guess perceptions can change with familiarity, is what you were saying. We have become very unfamiliar with one another. We have stayed very, very separate in our quarters, not wanting to deal with the pain of the past." And you get the sense that he's kind of thinking more. He kind of looks over at Ariga, who takes his mask off now, or no, he already did. But he's old looking underneath that mask too. He's not quite maybe Professor's age, but his wrinkled skin. There's like kind of a twinkle in his eye as he looks over at you, Murray, having kind of stuck up for the Magi, and. But at that moment, then Pandora speaks, and she says, "I don't know if friendship is enough. There are things from the past that need to be resolved, and I still don't trust Ariga or the Magi for a lot of those things."
all right. I got a solution for all of you people. You know, we gotta roll the story up a little bit faster. So let's flash back to season 1. We got the Magi who got so much to prove. They go in there. There's the backstabbing, the chaos, all the drama. They're hogging all the limelight. They're the people that we got to work on. So let's put that aside for a second. Then we got the Warrior Maidens, Pandora. You guys go all the time. You want to run in. You want to make things happen. You get into it. And then the Brotherhood, you just trust everybody. You don't want any of them watching your back. So here's how we work it out. The Warrior Maidens, you go in first. You want to go in first anyway. You'd be there right now if we could, if this wasn't a meeting. Brotherhood, you come in last. And we put the Magi right in between. So, Brotherhood, you don't have anybody at your back. You're happy. You're satisfied. Everything's good. Warrior Maidens, you're up front killing people. You don't care what happens because apparently that's what we saw in season 1. And the Magi, you're in between because you got so much to prove. And if you blow it, the other side's just going to turn around and sandwich you and you're going to be gone. So I think we've given everybody a little bit of what they want. The women, they get to go up there and they get to kill first in line at the Slaughterfest. Happy times. Brotherhood, nobody behind you. Everything goes bad. You bail out. And Magi, you're in there right in the middle, proving yourselves, making up for last time. I think this is a win-win-win.
How do we know that they're not just scheming? And she's
Ooh.
directing her attention at the Magi, and she says, "It's happened before. They're always so secretive, and they're never cluing us in on their plans. We haven't forgotten that it was the Magi who developed the elixir of fantasy and have kept so many of our people in a delusional, addictive state. One that
100%.
the Zarganites have taken advantage of."
That is a really
Who's-
good point.
If they don't keep if they keep their plans secret, they will fail along with everyone.
Well, what assurances do we have that they've changed their ways?
Do you think they
He's-
want to fail?
I think
Professor was going to take just a big old.
Yeah, I was
drink
gonna
of his
say-
glass.
I was gonna maybe give this one, give Professor a chance to jump in here and weigh in on this one.
He's going to grab his glass and take a big old swig of it. You wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for Argia. We had no idea you were venturing further down the temple. It was through him that we were able to rescue you in the nick of time before things went otherwise south for you. We would not have known you were there if it weren't for him.
Hell
If
of
it
it.
weren't for...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. And yes, I know our mistakes in the past have unfortunately led to the horrible circumstance we found us in. But even from beyond the grave, Demetrius still cares for all of you deeply. It was through him that we're able to take some sort of atonement for our actions we've taken. We were able to bring back Pandora from the dead. She would not even be here if it weren't for him. Darius is no longer an issue here. Arguing here, and it's just to protect those with his foresight. So you say we're not the most upright and honest people. It's because we like to work in the shadows and make sure the unseen threats still remain unseen and are then brought to light to everyone else here.
Helbet, did you have some words that you wanted to back up what Professor just said?
Each of you has your own strengths, but each of you has your own faults as well. Together, you can eliminate those faults and use all of your strengths together. Don't turn against each other. That is the worst thing you could do. That is what will bring your enemy upon you.
So, Professor, I don't know, history, religion, you were kind of invoking sort of...
Let's say religion.
Okay, so charisma check, and then you can add, if you got a proficiency there, that as well.
All right. So do I just roll a religion check just for the die roll? Boop. So that's the religion check of it.
Okay, so charisma is a minus.
Charisma is a -1.
Okay, so what would the... So it would have been a 12, 11, would have been a 13, right?
Yep.
Am I doing that right? Okay. So, Pandora says, well, I did make a pledge to you, and that dried blood on your blade is a symbol of that mark of friendship. And so if you say that we can trust Auriga, that's good enough for me. You're right. If it wasn't for Demetrius and his use of you, I wouldn't be here. Oops. Sorry, just updating some numbers. Okay, so the conversation continues a bit, maybe a little less heavy for a little bit, where they're trying to just kind of talk about some really nuanced things from the past that there's some disagreements about, but things that are like not as heated. And then did we have... I don't know if we gave Murray or Savoy yet a chance to talk to one of the leaders and get them to identify something valuable in one of the others. So let's go to Savoy.
So, Kennedius, I got to find out why you won't work with at least the women, the warrior maidens. I mean, you trust them to definitely go after the enemy. I mean, that's obviously what we need to do. So you certainly have at least come together to a 66% solution here. You two should work together. They're in the front, you guarding their flanks. There should be trust there. Just because they didn't retreat in the face of the enemy last time, that shouldn't matter, because that's not what you need them to do this time. So if you look at them, we can put them off to the side. You guys should be good. It's the Magi you have trouble with.
Well, that's not entirely true there, Savoy. Tactics aside, they are strong warriors. I'd be proud to fight with them if our enemy were more clearly marked. We're going to be fighting in the city, a city where many Synodicians still live and dwell under the oppression of Zargon. Many of them may have a blade in hand, fighting for Zargon, but not because of some conviction, but out of fear. I don't trust that they will have the discerning eye to know who is truly the enemy and who is just being misled by Zargon's wickedness.
I'm just trying to do an insight check to see a little bit better about what he's needing to hear about at least the women, about the warrior maidens, to make this go through.
So he's definitely like, he believes everything that he is saying, and it's a strong, it is a strong prejudice that he has.
That they will attack the local civilian population in the city. That's his fear with them.
Yes.
I get the Magi. I understand that part. But, the warrior maidens, he's worried that they won't fight? No. He's worried they're going to kill anyone they see? Is that really what he's upset about?
That seems to be what he is indicating. And so, based on your insight check, maybe the thing is, you have not heard that there is any evidence that they have ever done that. This is an unfounded fear, and so maybe it's simply talking to him about the fact that there is no. It's like the voter fraud thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly where I was headed. I was like, so Kennedy, is that you're imagining the worst case thing that could happen, but that has not happened. The only people that they're going to go and kill, they're the hobgoblins. I saw it. I've seen hobgoblin blood all over the place. I killed a hobgoblin they were fighting. And the Zargon cultists who wear these terribly tacky robes. Really good at hiding, though. And sometimes they throw fire. I won't get into that. But the ladies, they're going to go kill the baddies. When we came charging into the room, nobody knows us. Not one of them came to kill us. And we're all strangers and unknown. So I think you can get past that. And if you can't, I think you should ask yourself this one question. How are you going to make sure you don't kill innocent people holding a weapon when you come rushing down the streets? If you can't answer that for yourselves, how can you put that responsibility on somebody else?
I think persuasion or history would be fine here. And I'll say advantage because we'll say based on your success with the insight check and kind of getting
I need all the help I can get.
Yeah, you can take advantage on this one. And he's heels dug in, just says, too big of a risk. I don't need to know that there's any evidence. I'm going to make sure that there never is a situation like this.
So what's your strategy then? How are you going to do this? How are we going to make sure we don't kill the wrong person? Maybe we need to hear that from you before we can trust you.
He says, in the moment, follow his lead. If you obey my commands, like the warrior maidens should have 1 year ago, we will have no problem. And then the warrior, Pandora gets offended by that. It seems like maybe some work is being undone all of a sudden as Candidius is getting worked up again, and she says, "Well, you followers of Gorm, you're so self-righteous. You think that you've got all the answers. You've got a code that's going to keep order in the city." What's the future? Let's say you defeat Zargon and you reclaim the city. What then? What do you see as the future? I suppose you wish to make yourself monarch of Synodicea. Is that it?
You're asking yourself that question.
Yeah, but this is a moment though for somebody to interject because this is about to explode if this conversation back and forth.
Helibits are most influential.
There you go again.
He's back.
Trying to divide yourselves. That is exactly what your enemy wants you to do. You keep down this path, you will all regret it or die. Regretting it is worse. Dying is easy. Do you really want what you to defeat your enemy, or do you want to just keep in your own little world?
Ariga says, "So Helbet, this concern of Pandora's is a very real one about what will happen. Our governance has not been so good in the past. It is what has allowed us to fall. What would you suggest? What will we do once we reclaim Synodicea? Who should lead us?"
I believe you are getting beyond. You are looking too far down the road. You have to reclaim the city first. You will never even get to the point of being able to decide on that if you do not work together to reclaim the city.
Well,
Working together
some
will bring you closer to, and you will not be as hostile toward each other when you have to work together for later on.
some may say that without some shared vision of the future, what do we have to unify around? Pico, what do you think? What is the answer here? What should the future of Synodicea look like?
I would like to see the future of Cilicia be one of united interests. And you already have a good start with you know how to get, you have the end in sight. You all have the same goals. It's just y'all. It's just the past has hurt each of you in different ways, but if you keep using the events of the past, you're going to stay in the past. And Zargon, I feel Zargon might see that. If either he will see it or he has seen it already, and he's going to play off your emotions. But if you can show that, despite what has happened, if you can come together and deal with this threat, you will all reach that future that you're wanting.
If I could, I know that it was Pico's check, but if I would really try to kind of add to Pico, almost kind of helping him out a bit, if that's possible, Alex. I know that we're kind of doing our own separate checks, but I'd really try to step in.
the help. Pico
that be
doesn't
okay,
speak
Alex?
well.
Possibly. I want to hear what it is.
Okay. He would just say, "Well," and he'd kind of go, and from where he was standing, he'd kind of move around and go to put his hand on Pico's shoulder now. Go, I really don't know this little guy here, but he's a bit one of the wisest kind of guys I've heard. I mean, it sounds like you are a people, a proud people. I mean, I might be an outsider, but I see you as one. And in no way, I see a proud people almost broken into three. It's unfortunate. It's sad. I think this gentleman is he thinks before he speaks, and it's moved me enough to really say that you are one people. And until you see it that way, uh, and stop separating yourselves because some of you like to do this and you like to do that and you're this and that and this is what your hobby is and this was your hobby is. If you stop acting like three separate groups and stop acting like one, a people that has a common goal of good against this evil threat, then you're going to be even worse for wear than you are now. You're going to lose it all. You have the people down there in that city you talk about, and the people up here. I mean, we're going to lose it all.
So yeah, we'll give advantage to Pico on this check. I would say I don't know if any of the proficiencies I'm thinking of will help ultimately, but you could have advantage
Pico-
on.
Pico has terrible charisma.
We are like the least charismatic party.
I
possible.
think I'm the only one that has charisma.
Yeah. And that doesn't help that we're all rolling badly as well.
Pico's like really trying, but you can see like as he's like talking, he's like the locust that he's holding is like shaking. He's just like
I do have a rolled over
Inspiration.
audience inspiration. If I can, I'd like to grant it to Pico. If
Sure.
that's okay.
You're already getting advantage though because
Okay.
of the help,
All right.
so it wouldn't give you much more.
I'm trying to
But
think.
go-
I guess I'm not sure what I should roll. I guess I was still trying to lean into that survival aspect. It's just
Okay. So we'll give you I think the +1 on a d20, I think is what that's nets out as.
Okay. Sounds good. I don't have anything
you-
+1, so I'm just gonna roll
And
it
you
straight.
have it as advantage.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so click that and then toss it. Dang it. Okay, toss it.
Not
Okay.
that one. One
Not
more.
that one.
Yep. But advantage
one.
is good.
I
There
hit
you
the
go.
advantage button.
There
Didn't
you
All right.
it?
go.
Oh, it did do it. Okay. Okay.
So I think that was kind of globalized to all of them, and so we'll say Ariga kind of comes in with the save here a little bit and says, well, it is true, maybe this is premature to talk about this, but of course we will need to revisit the conversation at a later time. Perhaps when that time comes, we must revisit the bloodline of the great King Alexander. And you get the sense that they all agree with that sentiment, sort of in combination with your appeal that they need to think about the longevity of their civilization, and put some of these differences aside. So, in this moment here, you suddenly hear kind of some kind of muffled commotion happening like on this level of the pyramid. And it's actually one of the Brotherhood of Gorm comes rushing in through the door and seems to run over to Canadius and is muttering something into his ear. And Canadius stands up and he says, "They're here. They're attacking. It seems that Zargon is about to make his move." And in that moment, you hear kind of a thud, almost like high impact, like something just rammed into the wall, just over here. And you can kind of see some fracture work, like cracks and such, on the wall. And then another thud, and it fractures even a little bit more. And Canadius pulls out his weapon, and Ariga stands. Everybody stands, and they say, Pandora, with her blade out, says, "Ready yourselves! They're attacking not from the depths below, but from the outside." And with that, another thud, and you can see the whole wall just kind of like collapses inward, and you see this huge ogre who's just got like a big like tree trunk in his hands, that he was ramming into the wall there, and there are two hobgoblins with him that seem to be making their way through this crevice in the wall that they've created. So let me get that set up real quick here. And I also have to get those. Let's see, Ariga, we'll say, is sitting right there, and Canadius is right here. And then we will roll initiative. Can you see those tokens even though they're in the wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is
Uh-oh.
scary.
That's not good. I am happy I went to this side of the table.
Oh, that didn't work. Okay, so we start first with Murray Britt Germain.
Ooh.
Murray Brett Jermaine. He will. I'm assuming everyone could see. Everyone's aware that they're breaking through.
Yeah, they've just broken through, and you know, the other leaders have readied themselves. They've got weapons out. They're ready for this.
Okay.
I still don't have the map up yet, so I'm just watching on the
Oh,
playback.
I'll hit a share there for you. If you close this one out, this one's tier 3 before
There.
tier 3.
I've got it.
As soon as they break through, he's gonna drop on all fours and hide.
Sounds good. And basically, what's happening on the outside, what you're seeing is there's scaffolding that seems to have been built right alongside the pyramid that they are standing on, and you can hear there's clearly like sounds of shouting and like battle cries and commands that are happening outside. You're getting the sense that this is probably happening all around the pyramid in other
boy.
rooms as well.
Okay. Oh.
Surprisingly, the Goliath stumbled to pull it away from the table.
Ow!
Hit the
Ouch!
corner and it did that
Ouch!
little like scoot sound.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Stub the toe.
Prone, he's going to crawl over and let an arrow go. Here we go. Alex, if I were to use two hands and use an offhanded one, how would I adjust it? And I guess I could figure it out later, but how would I adjust it to like avoid that extra damage? Or is there not really a way?
Like your dagger to just make it the
Uh-huh.
D4. You just have
Yeah.
to like make another dagger.
Okay, and remove
Basically,
any of the.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll work on that. I'm sorry. Oops. Okay, I'm trying to click that one. I don't know if it's able to select that as my. Oh well. Here goes the attack. Yeah, I don't think it's coming up as a
Like a targetable.
targetable token. Yeah.
Let's try this again.
There we go.
Now he's in.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see if I can try this now. There you go.
All right, that will hit.
Okay, give some damage.
5 points of damage to the ogre.
And then I. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right. Professor, you are up next.
Oh boy, me! I'm gonna run to the corner where I have all of my things. I'm gonna grab my sword, my mask, and the wand. I was like, big guy doesn't need to be here anymore. And I'm gonna point the wand at him and try and paralyze him.
Okay.
The wand of paralysis is gonna make a Constitution saving throw,
Which he fails.
and he is paralyzed for 1 minute or until his turn comes up and he makes a save again.
Let me grab my paralysis effect and drop that arm. All right.
So that is my action. And with my bonus action, I will turn young again and go into Blade Song.
Sounds good.
And run forward.
Hobgoblins are up next. This one pushes past the ogre and through that hole in the wall. Gets himself to right here. And is going to attack Canadius. But an 11 will miss. The next hobgoblin also pushes forward. And it's 5, 10, 15, 20. Gets in the doorway here, also goes for Canadius. Gets a 17 to hit. And deals 13 points of damage. While his attention was turned to this other one, a big slash across his side. Ariga stands and backs up just a tad here and has hands in the air. He starts to wave them about as he casts he's going to cast a Ray of Enfeeblement over at this one. And a 15, unfortunately, will miss. Yeah, that's all he's got. Pandora is up next. She comes moving around to the side here. Is going to try to attack. Again, she's got her short swords out and is kind of whipping them around in almost like a kind of a frenzied dance sort of battle stance. And so first attack comes up a little short. Second one also misses. Savoie, it is your turn.
All right. Looking at the area where I'm standing, my easiest area attack is the hobgoblin that Canadius is fighting. So I will launch a dart into his chest, hopefully.
Let's see, a 22 should hit.
And it'll be this plus another D4 for the Kenzie weapon. So 9.
All right, he is still up.
And I will cycle back to behind Mr. Magic and go, now's your time to step forward and show what you can do. But also because I don't want him behind me, because I kind of feel like the Brotherhood. this is not someone I want to have at my back.
You see, he had just like cast a spell, and there's like this arc of like blackish energy that like kind of zipped past your head and like hit the wall, and he says, "This is why I never leave my room. I'm not so good at combat." And it becomes the ogre's turn, who's paralyzed. Did you say at the end of his turn he makes a wisdom saving throw?
I believe that's the end of his turn. I will reread it just to make sure, but I assume it's at the end of his turn. At the end of each of the target's turn.
So wisdom save.
Constitution save, not wisdom.
Oh, Constitution save. He's better at those. But not according to the dice, so he's still paralyzed. Next up is Pico.
Pico is going to... He's going to kind of do a little leap onto the... onto the table. And he's going to kind of aim for... I want to aim for the ogre, I think, and I'm gonna do an ice knife. Let me try that. I can see him from where he's standing on the table, right? Or no?
Sure, yeah. He's
Sure,
big.
okay.
He towers above everything else.
Okay. And do I? Yeah, I dropped.
And that will hit. He's paralyzed, so you have advantage.
Gotcha. I was like, I didn't click nothing. All right, cool. And then I think so that hits. So I click that and put it there. I think.
Yep. 7
Okay.
points. So
Oh,
he's
that
just
was
sitting
for the,
there.
That was for the if it explodes. I clicked the wrong one.
Oh, okay.
That was my bad. That was my bad. Ice Knife has a lot of things going on.
Yeah, it does.
Let's see.
Yeah, he automatically fails the dex save.
Oh, okay. Well, then cool. Then he does take that damage. I'll just roll the piercing then.
The
Since they
initial,
both-
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Big shard of ice just right through his chest and starting to bleed out, and you just see like a little tear. He can't move or anything, but
Aw.
little pain tears like trickling down his face as he's
And then
frozen.
immediately freezes. That is. Oh no, I might. No, yeah, that ends my turn. I'll stay there.
All right, Helibet.
Okay, Helvet's gonna attack Hobgoblin 1.
That'll hit.
Oh, it does.
All right, 5 points.
And he's going to take a bonus action to heal Canadius with Healing Word.
All right, his wound starts to very expeditiously mend itself. And then turns to Canadius' turn. Maybe. And he's got longsword out. But the first thing that he is going to do is he calls out a command. Over to you, Professor. You have advantage on your next attack roll. As he says, you take care of this one. I'll distract him. Get him in the back. And so he's kind of waving his sword kind of flashily, but then he kind of jukes and actually thrusts it over to Hobgoblin 2 to make an attack. It misses. But then we're back to the top of the order. Murray, it is your turn.
Murray Brett Jermaine.
For the offhanded, just so that I'm aware, is it only adding the proficient? If it's offhanded, I don't have any like. Obviously, I'm not like
you
a
won't add your
duelist or
dex
something.
advantage.
It's
You
just on
won't
the
add my
damage.
dex?
Yeah, you still have proficiency bonus on the attack roll.
Okay. Okay. I just wouldn't add my dex to the damage.
Yeah.
Perfect. Got it. All right, good. I made one. Sweet. Thank you. All right, I am going to let me finish editing. All right, cool. In that case, I am going to attempt to hide since I'm already prone here. So I'll be very quiet as I go there.
I'm gonna say in this particular situation, you have disadvantage on this stealth check.
That's okay. I'm gonna throw a rock in the other direction, thinking that that's gonna help me.
Little distraction. Look over there.
What was that, guys? There we go.
You know what, a
Disadvantage.
7-foot tall man?
You can't see. You can only see the top of my head. Where did the rest of me go? All right.
Your rock ploy might have worked here. They're not paying any attention to you or the rock.
Oh, good.
So you have your advantage on your attack roll.
All right, great. I'm going to pop up, run, go. Oh, hello. Run over here and hop down using the chair to kind of do one of those like fancy chair drops onto this guy. I'm going to thrust my rapier into him with an advantage. Sweet. All right. Rapier. Here it comes.
That will hit.
Okay, gonna use my sneak attack. Why is that now a spell? It's now my sneak attack. It's a cantrip. Oh yeah, still. No, that's fine. I see what I do.
You're good.
I need to do. I got it. Here comes the damage.
I think your sneak attack's a 2d6 now. You're level 3, right?
Oh yeah, it is.
Ooh.
Whatever that was.
I can fix that for you, but that'll be enough to bring him down.
All right. And either way, he's moving back to here. That'll be the end of his turn.
All right, now we're up to the professor.
Professor will draw out his rapier, walk up to the ogre, give a head nod, and take a thrust towards the ogre. And cast Green Flame Blade. So, is the hobgoblin within 5 feet of the ogre or no?
No.
Okay, then. He won't cast Green Flame Blade, but he'll just stab instead. And if this hits, this is an auto crit. And it doesn't. Oops. That's all Professor's got. Missed a paralyzed target.
Hobgoblin will take its turn. Takes a swing at Halibut. And misses. Ariga is going to... He kind of looks over at you, Savoie, and he says, "Do you think I should get up close and personal with this?"
I don't know what you're good at, but
I don't
you
know either, but I will give it a try.
Do what you do best.
He goes up here and he looks at the hobgoblin and he looks at the frozen ogre and he just utters a spell and you see crackling lightning in his fingertips and he just tries to grab like at the hip bone of the ogre. It should be easy. Let's see how I do. Oh, not so good. He's just
You
like,
did a
sitting there like,
fantastic-
I don't know. He could wake up if I do this and he might hit me with that big tree trunk. I don't like that. So big fail.
Okay, Auriga, you gave your best shot.
Pandora is going to take a couple of swings at this hobgoblin here. First one is a 23 to hit. Slices into him. He goes down. She kind of, almost like a whirlwind attack kind of fashion, slices through him. It's going to bring around the other attack into the belly of this ogre here. 21 hits.
And this is an auto crit. Gets paralyzed.
And, wonder why it didn't auto do that. But gets another 6 points on top of that. Savoie, it is your turn.
Would you imagine there's any way I could get to striking distance on that guy? Going over the table, acrobat. I mean, he's surrounded. There's no real space for anything.
Not really. Yeah, you'd have to squeeze into space there, and you could. You'll just be at disadvantage on the attack, and then as long as you can move back out. He is paralyzed, so there's no threat of attack of opportunity.
I don't really see there's any advantage to going up. Like, you guys have that handled. I'm just going to go to the door and open up the door and see what's going on in the hallway to make sure that there's nothing else coming at us from another direction.
You open up the door, and the revolving passageway must not be lined up with this hallway right now, because right now you just see stone.
Okay.
And so just a reminder about that revolving, it's basically a revolving passageway that operates kind of like an elevator. There are buttons out in the hallway. There are also buttons on either side of the inside of that tunnel to make it spin and summon it to different spots.
And I'm just, at that moment, ready in an action that if I see enemies coming through to attack at them.
Sounds good. Next up, it is the ogre's turn. So, end of his turn, a con save. Oh, ogre. He's just having a bad day. Pico, it is your turn.
Pico, seeing that it's looking a little tight over there, he'll probably stay back, and he is going to use this opportunity to... I guess I should probably get off the table first. Get off the table. And then he's going to wild shape into a velociraptor.
All right. So, let's try this.
If that is possible. I have the information up for it. I don't know. It looks like if I do like the +2 for like the damage dice, that should work. There's not a +4 for like dragging the dice, but I should be able to just use like the normal dice. But other than wild shaping, that's all he's doing.
I'm just going to move your token off to the side there.
Cool.
And bring in Velociraptor. Can you try to move that Velociraptor token?
that super Velociraptor. I cannot move the plate of Velociraptor.
Can't move it. Let's see.
Does this Velociraptor have a spiked tail?
Can't be too hard. We didn't expect you to turn into a velociraptor.
I know.
Sorry,
I just love that it's a Stegosaurus.
I'm a Stegosaurus.
Is that velociraptor a vegetarian?
Well, we've got
has weird teeth.
We've got the Velociraptor stats here on this fantasy ground, so we'll just have your token represent it.
Yeah, that'll work fine. But yeah, he's just gonna use this turn to wild shape, and then that's it.
Helibet is up next.
Halibut would like to shoot his crossbow at the over.
Sounds good. He is paralyzed. There's going to be advantage. Oof. Gets stuck in the side of the battering ram. It gave him a little cover.
You guys got this. I'm not gonna be much help.
I'm just going to adjust these tokens a little bit to kind of represent the actual, so that they're all in squares and whatnot. Oh, man. Fantasy Grounds is doing this thing where I pick up a token and then it doesn't put the token down.
It's fine. I wanted to hide anyway.
All right, it is Canadius's turn. And with his turn, he's going to bolster Professor so that you have advantage on your next attack. And then we're back to the top. Murray Britt Jermaine.
I do not see myself, but it's okay because I wanted to hide. What I'm gonna do?
You don't see your token.
I don't.
He's hiding from himself.
I'm very
Murray's so good
Ninja
at hiding that
vanish.
I think you even know where he is.
I don't even know where I am. But what you're gonna all of a sudden see this chair move a bit. Well, let me see if I could roll to see if it's if it's that good. Oh yeah. I think I'm the knight.
Well, it's okay. You don't really need the stealth to get advantage because he's paralyzed.
Oh, he is? Oh, great.
Yeah.
Oh, darn it. I probably should have been. Anyway, he's gonna still attempt. He's going to roll on the table.
Watch out for the crickets.
Oh, damn it! Ah! At that point, he's and he's going to drop and shoot with advantage, right? No, because he's paralyzed. But it's
He's paralyzed. He can't move.
even with a melee, even with a ranged attack.
It won't be an auto. It won't. Yeah, he will, but it won't be an auto crit.
Okay. Oh, if I were to go up and hit him, then it would be an auto crit.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'm just gonna stay back here. All right, here we go.
16 will hit.
Let it rock. Oh, let me make sure that I add that sneak attack. There we go. Ooh.
All right, 16 points. Arrow thunks into his thick skull and is just kind of sticking out there. Seems to be still breathing, though.
Ah, that is horrifying. I roll one more time. That's the end of my turn.
Professor, it is your turn.
I will attempt to try and hit a non-moving target. Hopefully. I will stab it with a sword.
All right, that looked good.
I'll throw on damage. Boop.
All right, 9 points. He's still up.
And I will drop. Never mind, I can't do a wheel number right here. Never mind, that's it.
Ariga is still there, like, I don't know. To give pain to a living thing, is it okay, even if it's trying to kill me? Okay.
Ariga,
Shouting out
I've been alive-
encouragement.
I've been alive for 109 years.
Prove
Just do
yourself.
it.
Okay. This is
Yes.
going to hurt. I guess it should be a crit, right? It's a melee spell
It's-
attack.
It's just attacks within 5 feet of it.
Okay. So that'll be another 4 points on top of that. Still up. Pandora will take her turn. Short sword at advantage is going to hit. And this is a crit. And that's enough. Her sword she swings it upward, goes into it through his chest and up through his neck and right out his face as he drops down. Falls, breaking the scaffolding behind him from the weight of his fall, and his body just goes tumbling down the side of the pyramid. At this point, Auriga looks around at everybody and he says, "Look, we've come a long way. These wanderers from the desert have come and they brought us together. There is something that you need to know. We cannot defeat Zargon's forces here. They have us surrounded. They will certainly be able to crush us given enough time. There are many more of them. But I know a way. I know a way down into the city. If we can get our forces together. I don't think that the Zargonites know about it. Now that we are unified, I will show this to you." And Canadia says, "Again with the secrets. But it seems we have no choice. I will put my trust in Gorm that you are honest and that you will want to uphold the honor of your faith and your god." And Pandora kind of signals, "There are a lot of things that we will not see eye to eye on here today, but we all have the desire to see Synodocia unite and be one, a true civilization once more, not what it has become these past years. So we will go and we will assemble the sisters." And basically they're signaling their different groups are in various parts of this level, and so they need to get to them. They're likely being attacked themselves right now, and so they urge you to come with them as they start to try to wrangle the different members of not only the factions but then the other wanderers also. And Pandora just says, "Is there anything that you need before we move on? You should expect that we'll see more resistance as we leave here."
Oh, do we have food?
She grabs a bowl of the locusts and she hands it to you.
Guess this will have to do.
You have all worked together. It's a very good start. I feel good about this.
You do? I mean, that's great.
Rare.
An optimistic cute
Wow.
dinosaur.
Oh, what? Ah, where you come from?
Cute.
So,
It'll-
if you're going to move on from here, please set up your marching order that you would like to have in the hallway, just to the left there.
What a minute have passed.
Yeah, for Auriga to have
Oh.
shared, yeah, he would have had to have
Okay.
shared this story about. Basically, he's directing the group to rendezvous down to the 4th level, where there's this tunnel that he is speaking
Oh.
of.
I'm old again. I'll be in the middle.
Pico will probably stand with the professor. There we go.
Should we be in the? Do you want us to move into the hallway?
Yeah,
instead?
yeah. If you want to do that, and
right.
if you want Pandora and Canadius to be somewhere else, they will. They're willing to be up front.
I was noticing how I deliberately stayed out of the hallway from being in the front. Everyone lined up behind me anyway.
Oh,
Well, you always. I just assumed you always want to be in front, so
just-
I figured might as well not fight it.
I just hadn't moved yet. I hadn't had a chance, and I realized what was going on. I was like, oh, apparently I get to choose the front.
And as you get ready there, Canadius hits the button on the side of the wall to make the rotating passageway move into position. As it does, it is currently occupied by the FUD and a number of goblins that seem to have taken command of this revolving passageway. It's a linchpin in your ability to travel around on this level.
Who the hell is that?
Well, maybe this is a good time for us to take a short break. And if you want to know who the FUD is, there's a little video for you that's going to pop up on the screen here for just a second.
Oh,
So that'll be
no.
I was waiting for that.
So yeah, we're gonna take a quick break here, folks. Just refresh some beverages, let everyone have a chance to go to the bathroom and such, and we'll be back in maybe about I don't know, maybe 10-15 minutes or so. So yeah, enjoy this this little Titantron video for the FUD.
I've never seen this video.
Do you hear who the FUD is dropping? Ha! The FUD's laying a smackdown. The FUD says, the FUD says, the FUD says, the FUD says, know your role and worship Zargon. The FUD says, know your damn role. Do you hear who the FUD is dropping? Ha! The FUD's laying a smackdown. The FUD says, the FUD says, the FUD says, the FUD says, know your role and worship Zargon. The FUD says, know your damn role.
You mean you don't know?
I'm gonna dodge
I
that
don't think I do.
question. Hey everybody. Sorry, Scott, what were you gonna say?
I didn't know what I was missing by not having known who the FUD was before.
He was a wandering monster from what, 2 or 3 sessions ago?
I think so.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that were happening. We had some gorillas and orangutans that were having a joyride here on the revolving passageway, but nonetheless, the FUD here, something of a hobgoblin prize fighter of sorts, it would seem, is back, and he's got a couple of goblin lackeys with him. They just the party here has realized that the attack from Zargon's forces is underway, and they had just made a breakthrough with the factions of the Synodicians to get them to unify. And one of them, Ariga, one of the Magi of Usamagaris, decided that in this moment of unity he would share that there is an alternative way back into the city, one that the Zargonites maybe don't know about. And so they're on their way to kind of collect and corral some of the other members of the Synodicians when they got to the revolving passageway here, and now they've got an obstacle. And so the conceit here is that the faster that we can get some of the leaders off at the sections of the pyramid that they need to get to rally their people, the better. The more time prolongs from that happening, it may result in more lives lost. But all of the different groups are at different places here on the map, and so Canadius will need to get dropped off in the southeastern passageway, where the temple to Gorm is. The Ariga from the Magi of Usamagaras could either go right where the FUD is, or the southwestern door. Professor would know this also, that would lead to their chambers as well. And then for the warrior maidens, she will need to connect up to the northeastern passageway. That's where the warrior maidens would be stationed. But we have rolled initiative, and this battle is about to be underway. The FUD, one side of that passageway, looking at you all very derisively, and he says, "Oh, look at this! Look at these candy asses coming in here! You summoned the FUD's passageway? No, I'm in control over here." And he's like futzing with the buttons again, and like it rotates and closes, and you can see Pandora like clicks it again, and it comes back around, and he's like, all right, fine, I see we're going to have to deal with this the old-fashioned way. And he cracks his knuckles, and initiative is rolled, and it's Velociraptor's turn first.
You're muted.
Whoops. Velociraptor. I don't know if I can reach. I don't know if I can reach a dude. I'll just run up a kind of zigzag. Whoops. Move. There we go. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Cute. And that's as far as I can reach. That's as far as I can reach.
Kind of probably trying to say, "Excuse me, pardon me, coming through," but
Yeah.
no one can understand. It just comes off terrifying.
Yeah. I just try to look threatening, but inside Pico's like, "Ah! I'm in the front!" But that's the end of my turn.
Savoie, it is your turn.
Savoie is going to squeeze his way through using his additional movement to get to a spot where he can strike. And lash out initially with his quarterstaff on the first one there.
That will hit. 6 points of damage.
And then immediately go into a unarmed strike on the same one.
That one hits. And that goblin will go down.
Hi-ha!
Canadius will... Oh, go ahead.
No, and I just cast a look back over my shoulder at my coach, Canadius. You're like, I learned well, Master Sensei.
And he moves up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He gets right next to you, and he says, "You've done very well. You've done very well. I don't think that I have anything to necessarily teach you. You don't have to call me coach. We are equals."
Call me Grasshopper. Just.
He says, "Ooh, we eat those, He misses as he takes a swing, and he'll give a bolster to Savoie, so you'll have advantage on your next attack roll.
He does like me.
Professor, it is your turn.
And my powers have more than doubled since the last time we fought. I know your tricks, and I know your schemes, and I've developed the ultimate FUD counter. Hacha! I'm gonna cast Dancing Lights.
So little disco lights are over the FUD.
Just all up this corridor.
What the FUD is this?
Your ultimate demise. You're going down. That's it.
That was so fun and stupid.
You can go fudge yourself.
Why
I
do
still
keep
have the
saying
monkeys
it?
on my forehead, you fool. That's it.
And Pico, you have advantage from Shady, or inspiration from Shady. Murray, Britt, Jermaine, it is your turn.
Yep. All right. Why do they keep on saying FUD instead of fuck? Anyway, he's going to
Must be a Yankee thing.
he is going to, I don't know how he's going to hide. I guess he could run back here and roll, I guess. Here we go. Here goes. Little sneaky. Yep. Maybe.
You
Yeah,
are
I'm
stealthed.
assuming that's okay. Ooh. He's gonna run back out and shoot with a hip hop prance and letting it go. Going towards the goblin. We'll go for goblin 2. Here it comes. Let's see. Oh, I need. Uh-oh. I guess I'm out of ammo.
Quick, shoot the locust.
Did it like not let you attack because of it?
No, that says shooting while out of ammo, attacking while out of ammo. That's what it says. Oh man.
I don't see
I
an
would
attack
assume
roll.
that I tried to pick up. Okay, we'll see what
Just
it does. then.
yeah, I'm not
Um,
gonna be too much of a stickler of that.
All right.
We'll say you got half of these. I'll just uncheck those boxes. See if it works now. You'll be
Yeah,
able to pick up
okay,
half of your
here we go.
ammo.
Just conveniently pays the locust back.
Oh, look at that! Double 20s.
Double 20s.
Double crit.
Double.
I add smite to my roll. Here we go. Just kidding. Double 20s. I'll let that thing soar.
Yeah, it's
Meh!
basically as many dice as it has hit points, so it's dead.
Meh! And I gallop ahead. No, I go prone. That's the end of my turn.
The way is now clear.
All right. Origa says, okay, excuse me, pardon me if I 15, 20. And it gets to right here and clicks one of the buttons on the wall, and the whole thing rotates. So 1 second as we figure out how this works.
I want to.
what
I
about
just
everyone
want to.
else?
I want to be like, why was he handing to himself?
Oh, I feel I get what's happening here.
Oh, are we getting flip-flooped?
Yep. So if you all want to do me a favor and find the square where your character will get flip-flooped, I'll take care of everyone else.
Find the square.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm done. I'm good.
Whatever the mirror is on the other side of this passageway.
Origa, your genius knows no bounds. You're
Goodbye.
brilliant. Wait, where are you going?
I have to get the other May guy. I will see you down on the 4th floor. Just don't leave without
Yeah.
me.
From
Motherfucker.
genius move to coward.
He's a wizard. What do you want from him?
Pico,
He's
it is
built,
your
he's
turn.
built like a stick of butter.
All right, Pico
Oh, Pico,
is.
didn't Pico already go as the Velociraptor?
I just.
Oh,
Moved?
yes, that's right. Sorry. But I'll keep you on here and just so we have both stat blocks. Pandora, is up. She's over by the FUD. So she steps up. He's looking into the hallway, so she's just like right behind him, kind of swinging at his back. With that attack, he just kind of like jukes out of the way, like he knew that she was there. She takes a second swing. This one is an 18. That one's gonna hit. She manages to cut, dealing 2 points of damage. And then it's the FUD's turn. And he just turns around and looks at her and he's like, "Who in the blue hell are you? You want to do this? Look, we're gonna have to change things up." And he steps right here and he presses one of the buttons on the wall, and the passageway is going to shift.
God damn it!
And so it's going to move north south like this. Oops. That's not exactly what I wanted. There we go. So
That's okay.
that'll make Canadius be right here. Pico will be up
then I'm right
here.
there.
And then Professor there.
And the Goblin 1 behind Goblin 4.
Yes. So as this happens, you notice that right behind you in the hallway are a couple of ghouls.
Which behind us? Which way?
Near Pico and Professor.
Oh, shit.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
So they have entered the chat.
The FUD says. The FUD says.
Right there.
Yikes!
And
Right where I go.
And the FUD is able to make a few swings here. Unarmed strikes against Pandora. 16 hits. Dealing 7 points. Second attack. 18 will hit. Third attack. Hits. And fourth attack
Jeez.
is also a hit.
I feel like
The
my
whole-
ultimate flood counter failed.
And the whole time he's just like punching her repeatedly in the face. He's just looking at Helibet and he's like, you next, boy. And that's his turn. Goblins are up next. Goblin 1 is going to try to swing with a scimitar at Savoie. Misses. Then as a bonus action is going to disengage. And gets to the hallway. Second goblin is going to do the same thing, but its swing is going to be at Canadius. 20 will hit. Scimitar deals 5 points of damage, and then disengages and gets out into the hallway here. Helibet, it is your turn.
I'm used to getting hurt, so do your worst He's gonna attack with inflict wounds at a second level spell.
Okay.
Let's see now. Should I do the attack button here on him? Oh, that
7.
missed, huh?
Okay. He kind of dodges out of the way. He's like, "Well, little fella, you're gonna have to be a little bit faster than that."
Now, does that completely miss, or is it? Yeah.
It's an attack roll, so yeah, it misses.
Okay. I'm used to failure.
Man, it's not even feeling good to make fun of you.
It doesn't. It's sad. I don't feel bad for him.
He's gonna do a bonus healing word on Pandora though.
You wouldn't be able to because inflict wounds was not a cantrip.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Next up, we're back to the top of the order. Velociraptor's turn.
Hit the button. Hit the button.
Yep. Pico kind of like looks at his like little claws, like, he just kind of scampers over, jumps up, and like headbutts the button.
All right.
To send it back so they're facing the foot.
We're gonna make it a skill check because of the not having a hand piece of this. Let's say it's an acrobatics check.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly. I'll have to research what I have to do. I guess I've never had a good way of doing this with druids. But,
Well, thankfully, the dex is like a +2, so I think I can just click the little button down in the corner and just roll the dice that way.
Okay, that sounds good.
So hopefully that works out, and I understand that right. So let's give it a try. Toss. Yay!
All right. So, you're gonna be able to move the chamber.
Mhm.
The question is, where do you want the entrance to be?
I would like to face it so we're like with the party again, and so where our entrance is, it goes back to like where the FUD and where all our other people are.
All right. So basically a 90-degree turn to the right.
Mm-hmm.
So Savoie and Canadius would be here. And you would be like right there. That's where like the button console would be.
Yeah. And is that the action to like hit the button?
For you, yes. The FUD
Okay.
has something to do it as a bonus action.
Gotcha. Okay. Then that'll be it for me. Or no, sorry. Is it okay if I like move into the room?
I think you still have movement left, yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna bop myself right there.
All right. Next up would be the ghouls.
They don't know how to push buttons.
They don't know how to
Right.
push buttons.
Uh-oh. They're learning.
Savoie, it is your turn.
All right, I was hoping it was going to work out where I could do what I want. So I'm going to move in to right here and go after the FUD.
Sounds good.
And I don't know if what Kennedy has put on me still applies, where I had advantage on my next attack since we are now in a slightly different scenario.
Yeah, it's just your next attack, so
Okay.
there's no other
go-
condition on it.
Well, that's sad. All right. But then I'm going to burn a key point to hit him with flurry of blows and get 2 punches at him.
He's just dodging out of the way
Man,
as he's fighting Pandora.
that was frustrating. And that's all I got.
Canadius is going to take a move, and he just kind of calls out once more to you, Savoie. He gives you advantage again. Actually, he's going to call out and give it to Halibut. And he says, he moves right here to the button, and he's going to press it. He needs to get to the Brotherhood. So he just kind of calls out, gives Halibut advantage on his next attack roll, and says, "Hold him off, as long as you can. Get control of the passageway so that we can make our escape. We need to get down to the 4th level so we can find this passageway that Auriga spoke of."
Don't waste your action on me.
And this one's a hard one to do, the side to side.
That's when it gets.
If it's convenient for you, I'm just gonna send the owl to do it my next turn.
Something like that. And then he's gonna step out. And try to get down the hallway there. Professor, it is your turn.
God damn it! Just let us push the damn button. Can I do it? He's gonna send the owl and have him push the button that gets us back to where we were before. I was just gonna climb up and just do.
Sounds good. So you can rotates around. However, it rotates around. Circular, like in a clockwise fashion, and the ghouls readied their action to dash.
God damn it! Just let us.
Way to go, Professor.
They did.
You know, it's kind of difficult when shit like this happens all the time.
Well,
Will you
I'll
up for
just-
me?
come on, Fantasy Grounds, you can do it. So they just all move into the rotating hallway. Eventually, I'll get them where they need to be. What else you got, Professor?
Well, if they're gonna barge on in, I might. So this is their actual position right here. All around
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Guys,
Savoie, you would be able to get an attack of opportunity on Ghoul 3 if you would like.
All right, I definitely would like to get something in beforehand.
Let me check. A 14, I think, should be enough on a Ghoul. Just remember, if you like target them or you
Yeah.
drop it on them, it'll tell you right away.
Yeah, I couldn't see where I was going with it.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay.
Yep, that's enough to put a little damage on there. 5 points as he runs by. Then it's the rest of your turn, Professor.
this changes everything. Oh well, I'll put on the mask again and turn young and nimble. I was like, I mean, I was gonna say this for later, but I guess I might as well use it now, considering I'm kind of, surrounded. And I'll use my action, and I'll just point the wand at the flood and just say, "Just stop. You're too loud." And use the wand of paralysis.
Sounds good. He fails. You got the FUD paralyzed.
And then that's all I got. Whack him hard.
Murray Britt Jermaine.
Mary Brett Jermaine is not gonna, I guess, he's just gonna shoot because he's already paralyzed. But anyway, he's still gonna do it. He's like, I'm out of here. See you later. Just kidding, I'm back. With advantage, he is going to shoot the FUD in the face.
A fudding face.
The facing FUD. All up in your cara.
That'll hit.
Yep, here comes the damage.
Nine points to the FUD. Can't do nothing about that.
Okay, now I'm really leaving. And for his bonus action, he's gonna hide.
Sounds good. Next up will be sorry, not Pico. Pandora. And she's going to take a couple of freebies at Wayne the FUD Watson. Critical hit. Oh, it doesn't automatically do that. Wonder why. Is auto crit really a thing with paralysis?
If they're within 5 feet, which is
Okay.
probably why it doesn't come like that at Fantasy Grounds, because it's harder to distinguish distance.
Oh, okay.
Which is probably why.
That
I
could
read
be
the
why,
rules,
yeah.
make sure.
Okay. 4 extra points. And short sword. She takes a swing. And that would have been a natural crit for her. So she deals 8 points with that. FUD is looking pretty rough here. At the end of his turn, he gets that con save. And gets a 15. That was enough, I think.
That's exactly what he needs. But that will
Rank
end
and
his turn.
free.
And take that paralysis off. It then is the turn of some goblins.
What are the goblins up to?
I'm trying to figure that out myself. Oh, I know what they're doing. Halibut, it's your turn.
Okay, I can see into the passage. I can see all the characters in the middle there, right?
Yeah, you could see them.
All right. He wants to turn undead,
All right.
so I make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, you could target them all and then hit your. I imagine you've got an action on your action tab to do that. Trigger those saving throws. No, you don't. Hold on one second. Let me just put this on your sheet. Alright, Channel Divinity, turn undead. Okay. That should be on there, so target them and then hit the saving throw button on the turn undead.
Okay, how can I target them all at once?
Again, I don't know how exactly you do that on a Mac. You can.
What's
I guess-
what's the normal command for it?
Control click.
So maybe for him it's command and click. If I had to guess.
If that's not working, Cliff, I'm just going to target them for you, and then. Oh, come on.
Yeah, why don't you target them for me, because I can select one, but I don't seem to be able to select them all. I'm not
All right.
sure.
All right, I got them all targeted, so hit the saving throw.
Saving throw. All right.
All right. Okay, 2 failed, 1 succeeded. Do me a favor now, hit the effect button so that the turn condition goes on them. All right, so those 2 are turned. Anything else, Halibut?
Okay, Fudd. What's your next move?
What does turned do to them?
I think it like
You gotta run away.
frightens them, yeah.
They're frightened of the cleric, and they got to say goodbye.
So if they
It's-
leave, we would get attacks on them as they go.
Yeah, but if we do, they'll break the turned effects.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
I would concentrate on the one that's not affected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Velociraptor's turn.
Okay, so Velociraptor is going to attack the Fud. I'm not sure how to add a +4. That's my only thing. Is it okay if it's just a straight roll?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, I was trying to look into it, but I couldn't do it. So I'm gonna do boop. Maybe? Did it work? No? Okay. Ah! And then, oh wait, I have people
You
around
have
me.
pack. You have pack.
I
Yeah,
do!
Tactics.
Tactics.
And then, so that's a 15?
11 plus 4 is a 15. The Fudd, just like as you're like coming in, he's got control of himself now. He has a reaction. He goes over and like just grabs your like snout and like your lower jaw, and he's like, "Ugh, no, 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 no," and he kind of shoves you off, parrying the attack.
Ooh. Can I do another one? Because I have multi-attack?
Yep.
Epic. Okay, now I can click advantage, because pack tactics, and toss dice.
14 will miss.
Dang. Okay. Alright, that's it for me.
Next up is the ghoul. Ghoul 1 is turned. So he has to use his movement to run away. 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. Yeah, it dashes then. And Ariga is not standing there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Out in this hallway here. Next up is the other ghoul. This one is the one that's not turned. It's going to turn to Savoie and attack you with its claws and miss. And then the other ghoul is going to try to run away as also fleeing from the cleric. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Gets to right here. All right, next up is Savoie.
All right. I am going to launch into it with this one that remains. Followed up by an unarmed strike to round it off. Nope.
All right, next up, Professor.
And
Oh,
that's it. No, that's it.
Professor, it is your turn.
I would like to reinitiate my anti-FUD tactics and use my bonus action to move the dancing lights into the room where they are. It's like, you ain't going nowhere. Just throw it into the room, and I'm going to use the paralysis one again to make him not move. Up. Just no, stop it. And
He makes the
succeeds.
save.
He does. But he's got lights in his face.
He does have lights in his face, so you can see he does not like that.
And that's all I got.
Murray Britt Germain, it is your turn.
The previous roll for my stealth was a 19. Is that enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Guess who? Me, Murray Brent Jermaine. Attack. Question, Alex. If I were to run across here, could I get an attack off? Or no? If I were to run through my allies?
Who are you trying to attack?
Like
you're trying to-
the Fudd Watson.
You're trying to run up and like hit him with a melee?
Yeah.
You can, I'd allow it. You'd have to enter into the. You have to be in the condition what we call squeezing, because you'd be squeezing into your allies' space, and you're kind of gonna disrupt them, so they would have disadvantage on.
Oh.
So
I wouldn't want to do that.
yeah, it wouldn't be super optimal to stop in a square like that. But you could.
Oh, but
you
what,
could.
I mean, I could. But I'm saying I'm running through. Like if I'm running through the group, attack, and then leave the area.
Yeah, you'd still be in that spot because like all the turns are happening at the same time, so it's called squeezing when you do that.
Sounds good. I get it because I'm in the an area of an ally
Yeah,
while
and
I'm attacking.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. In that case, I'm not going to. I'm going to shoot my short bow at advantage.
That'll hit.
Sweet. Snake attack. Here comes the boom.
Ooh, and that's going to be a big one. 18 points of damage to Wayne the Fudd Watson.
Wayne the Fudd Watson.
Next up, or
would I be able to, even though it's not possible to shoot a bow, run up and on your, because it's a two-handed. Never mind. I'm going to go hide and I'll roll my, never mind. See you later.
Sounds good. Pandora is up. She's going to take a swing with her short sword. Gets a 22 to hit. And that is going to be enough to bring the FUD down
Oh, man.
with her follow-up short sword. Well, you did 18 points of damage to him. I mean, that was like,
The character is happy, but not the
But-
player.
but the-
I'm
but
never
the
gonna
player
see
is
that video
upset.
ever again. Aww.
yeah.
You don't know.
I
Maybe
wa-
this is
The
maybe
ghoul
this is the
attack
end of the
missed.
FUD. Maybe the FUD will be back.
It just
Maybe
comes back
he'll
as
be
a ghoul.
back. The passageway shifts at this point.
Oh no!
Oh, actually, you know what? Savoy and Professor, you both need to make a con save from the stench of that ghoul. My bad that
Stinky.
Stinky.
No elven protection from that.
I don't think so. Professor, who is used to such smells, is fine.
How about his
But
coach, though? His coach taught him.
Savoy, not accustomed to the smell of
Stinky
axe
ghoul.
marinated
it's-
cotton balls.
yep,
His
axe-
coach didn't teach him that yet.
Axe. Yep. So this stream is not brought to you by Axe Body Spray.
But the passageway does shift here. It brings it back to where looks like this.
Are we facing south?
You are facing south,
Yes. Who?
Goblin.
and the one of the goblins is there. Actually, the goblins are not there, but in their place, hobgoblins, it would seem.
Savoy, we're just on an adventure.
There's a lot of strange things happening.
Pretty much the goblins were on their knees and then they just stand up. And
Sorry, I'm trying to pull up an encounter. Apparently, I don't have the right pin here. I just want to pull this up and then I'll describe what you're seeing. So these two creatures, actually, there's three of them, but two of them right in front of you.
What in the world is that?
They look kind of like hobgoblins. Like there's some traits about them that look goblinoid. They're hulking, very muscular kind of build and mass, but their flesh is kind of stretched out very thinly and sort of pale like. So there's almost like the skin of a zombie. And Professor, I'll let you do a history check when you see this, because you might know something about them.
Okay. But there right now? I mean, or am I my turn?
Yeah, right now.
I'm sorry. I was really confused.
you know, it makes it so much worse when they're coming out of the token ring.
You may have heard of these creatures before as something that the Zarganites were breeding. You never maybe really thought, you never seen one before. Maybe weren't able to kind of confirm what they were, but it's definitely some kind of like an experimental kind of thing of, not exactly like building a flesh golem, but sort of like a actual transformation of taking a hobgoblin and injecting them with different reagents and chemicals that bring about this process of, they're kind of superhuman strength hobgoblins. But
That's
they've
not
got
what I need to
pale
hear.
orange skin, dark gray to black unkempt hair, and their eyes are just like this piercing yellow, almost like glows. And the one in the back is maybe a little bit of a more slender build and wearing a robe. And they still did not get onto the combat tracker.
I guess they don't get a turn.
I guess not.
Fate has decided.
All right. So that is that. Helibet, it is your turn.
Helbert moves up here. Can he reach where the buttons are?
Yeah, he could reach it.
Then he'd like to push the button to bring it back to this opening here by us.
All right. Sounds good. So, let's see. Professor and Savoy, if you just want to move your tokens over that way.
Okay, are we gonna go this way? Or
So
are we
you'd be standing
just-
over by the ghoul.
Oh, I moved to the other direction, right? And going clockwise. So now I'm over this way. Okay.
All right.
I'm sort of stuck on the outside of the wall.
Oh, okay. I'll move it.
Can't get in.
I'm really hoping when I get a new computer, these fantasy
in the
grounds
void.
issues are gonna resolve themselves because like this thing gets so bogged down. Like,
I
you're
can't move
pressing-
into the room, can I?
You could move through Savoy's space. That's double movement, and then through that space.
I'm just gonna move right over here then. I
Okay.
don't believe I already took my
Give me a Constitution saving throw. Actually, no, because you didn't start your turn near that square, so you're good. Velociraptor, it is your turn.
Velociraptor is. Would it be because it's like a bit shadowy? Am I able to move on to like above where the ghoul is, or like next to the professor? Because it's like a big room, right?
No, it's a hallway.
Oh, it's a hallway. Okay, gotcha. Never mind. I
But
will
y-
at the.
But that passageway is open. You could step up to just
Oh,
to the north
I can
spot.
just go. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure about like how big it was. Okay, then yeah, I'll go there, and advantage and claw.
Critical
Okay.
hit.
Nice.
Oh
I
yeah.
like that.
Oh yeah.
And then let me double check. I think it's a +2.
Plus
okay, so
2.
yeah. +2, and then a d6. Sweet.
And then it's another d6 because it's a crit.
Oh, okay. +2. Yeah, wait, yeah, +2 to that as well.
The +2 only happens once.
The ones, okay. I want to double check before I threw that. Okay.
So all right, 8
Little cute.
points.
And then I get to do another one. Lost that. And +4, so dirty 20.
That'll hit.
Nice.
20, and toss damage. Cool.
It is still up.
I hiss at it, and that's it.
Cute.
Chew.
These two ghouls over here just end up over scratching at this door. Where the Magi are hanging out, probably.
Help.
Ghoul 2 over here is gonna it's gonna reach out at the Velociraptor. 16 to hit. I think that hits.
Yeah, I think that does hit.
And deals 7 points of damage.
Still clinging.
And a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. It's a don't know how to do a +1, but it is a +1. I think can I use the chat advantage that Shady gave me?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. And boop.
And no effect.
Nice.
All right.
And then the passageway turns.
God damn.
Everyone's along for the ride.
Not-
Where does it stop this time?
I feel like
Only
we're with
Alex
the monks again.
knows.
Whee! Right over here. The Tholes. Oh, Halibut's over here. So these creatures have turned it around and are gonna make some attacks. At least one of them will. One of them had to use its action to move it over. So this first one is going to attack Savoie.
That's just insane.
2 attacks.
They don't even know me.
A 19 to hit.
Ah, that will hit.
Five points of damage. A Constitution saving throw. Fails. And that is going to cause you to be paralyzed as it breaks the skin.
Oh.
That was its first attack. It takes its second attack right here. 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
And so paralysis is auto crit, you said?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And they're at 5 feet. Oops.
12 points.
Whoopsie daisy.
You know, Alex, I think that only works if you're a PC. It says on page.
Yeah, actually,
Only player characters get
I was
Actually, if you look at the page 736 in the Dungeon Master's Guide, it means the DM doesn't get the benefits of what the players do.
Aren't the elves
adventures
somehow
on the- in the
immune to
adventures-
paralysis? I think that was true. Elves are
Actually,
immune to
the
paralysis.
The short course adventures.
in the Adventurer's Guide to the Short Coast, it says.
As a Blade song, I'm immune to everything.
I totally recall being immune to paralysis. I don't know where that came from. I think it has something to do with whatever the enemy is. Just tell me the name, and I'll say that was it.
The Necromage is going to cast Bane on the 3 of you that are in the hallway there, but I'm trying to pull up the effect to make that easier. Here we go.
I'm super charismatic. Maximum charisma.
I don't know. Let's just do it by hand. I can't figure out how to get it to apply here. So it's just a minus a D4 on attack rolls and saving throws. That's what
And
he
what's
does.
that for our save? It's a charisma base, right? Because I believe Bane requires a
It
saving
has a
throw.
saving throw.
Bless does not, because it's bless.
I thought I had this all coded, but I guess I didn't.
If it's easier, you probably can pull it out.
Charisma saving throw. Yep. So if the three of you want to give me charisma saving throws, you're trying to get
Ooh,
a 11 or higher.
Oh,
So you made it. Helibet, you've got Bane on you, and Savoie.
All right. Charisma saving throw.
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna work well for me.
No, you made
wow,
it.
look at
yeah,
that.
So
it is.
just
There you
Helibet.
go.
Savoie. It's a minus D4 on your attack rolls and saving throws. Savoie, it is your turn.
What am I able to do at all? I mean, I'm paralyzed, so I'm pretty much end of turn. Do I get another save?
Yeah, at the end of your turn, you'll get another. You'll get another. What was it? Con save.
I think it's a con.
All right, so I should just roll that now because I have nothing else to do, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, what do you think? What do you think during this? Oh.
Professor, it is your turn.
I didn't ask to come back here. This is all your faults. And I'm just gonna put my hand up and cast Burning Hands on
All right.
the three individuals who are right here. At the same time, I'm gonna have my owl perch on Savoie's extended arm after you throw the punch and just boop the button after the spell goes off. So, Burning Hands, do. Dex saves. Apparently, these are not considered enemies.
Oh man, you messed up. Here, our allies came to help us out, and you attacked them.
Are they in the
Yeah, but-
combat checker for you, Alex, or no?
Yeah, they are. You
I
can't
don't
see
them
them.
in there. No.
No,
Oh, there
Never
they
judge
are.
a book by
Now
the
you-
cover.
Oh my
no,
god.
they just popped up.
Okay.
Oh, that's why they all popped up right in front of my turn. I was like, how did these guys aren't even on the combat tracker?
All right. Hold on one second. There's like this weird like duplication of tokens thing that is happening, and okay. Well, the ones that are those two that are right near you should be the real tokens. I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of these others.
They cast mirror image.
Yeah. Good idea.
Uh-oh.
I'm just
Sorry,
kidding.
what?
I mean,
Well-
Giving him
wait to turn
ideas.
around. Can't wait to quiver an arrow and shoot at all these enemies that are going to be available for me to hit.
I'll throw the dex saves for the two souls that are right here. Boop da doo.
All right. There we go.
All right. So the ghoul will also take half damage, but I had it unselected because things. But damage. And number 2, there we go. So ghoul takes 7, Toll 1 takes 7, and Toll 2 takes 14.
All right. Anything else, Professor?
I'm gonna have my owl boop the button. Back to the group.
All right, Murray. So
Yeah,
passageway
you-
shifts.
You don't even have to move it. It's okay. I'm just going to shoot the ghoul right there because I'm assuming that it's going to be shifting back.
Yep.
Did you put the damage on the ghoul or no? Because I couldn't because of the coding thing.
Got it. Okay, so it should be 7, right?
It would have taken 7 points because it made a save.
Is it still alive?
It is still up. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, all right. Here it comes.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I put it on the wrong ghoul here. He's dead.
No.
Alright.
Yeah, wow. All right.
I
in that
would've-
case,
I would have taken his place in that spot if that were true.
Okay. Would you have still moved the passage?
I still would have, yes.
Okay.
So we're now here.
all right. I'll move here, and I'll ready my. I'll move. Let me move my. Well, once it's my turn, I'll go ahead and do what I'm gonna do.
Okay. That's when I get these tokens over here. Yeah, sorry
May I
about the
vote this-
confusion there. It's just I'm getting a little frustrated because the Fantasy Grounds is working so kind of crappy.
Alex, on our side, it's running smooth. Everything's good.
Murray, it is your turn.
Okay, I come out and stealthily see everyone's there, and I am going to ready an action to as soon as I see that I'm gonna ready an I guess I'm gonna move in here. I'm gonna ready an action as soon as I see it move. I'm gonna push the button to keep it here.
So if the thing moves, you're gonna.
I'm
ready an
gonna
action?
I'm gonna cancel. I'm gonna push the red button, stop the elevator. I'm gonna move it back. I'm gonna
Okay.
push it
bring it back to this
to
position.
bring it back. Yes.
Sounds good. And Pandora is at this point been away from the Warrior Maidens for a bit here. So she's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to be on this end. And she tells you she needs to get to the other Warrior Maidens to let them know about the plan to withdraw and head back to the lower level. It took her whole movement to get to this spot, but her plan is to, on her next turn, press this button to get herself over to the northeast tunnel where she needs to get.
Can she wait to press the button till we get away from the next thing that's going to hit us?
Well, she had to use all of her movement and her dash
Yeah.
to get over to that side, so she's on her next turn. That's what her plan is, and she's pretty beat up, so she's not gonna wade into that battle. She says if you can, to try to defeat those Tholes, that would be helpful to securing the passageway here. Halibut, it is your turn.
Has the Bane effect, since they can't see me right now, have they lost the Bane effect on me?
No.
I was hoping they'd lose concentration since they couldn't see me. Anyway, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on Savoie.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, do I have to do another roll to see if I'm paralyzed?
It's not quite your turn yet,
Oh, that's all right.
but Halibut's just giving you a little hit point boost here with the Cure Wounds.
I didn't know if that changed my condition of paralyzed.
No, it won't impact that.
Okay.
Velociraptor, it is your turn. Pico.
All right. Pico is going to just move into the room. So now that he's with everybody, and yeah, he's just going to be with the group. That's it.
All right. The Tholes are up next. So they will rotate the passage down,
I reach out
at
with
which
my arrow
point
point.
you use your ready action to bring it back around over here. actions happen. Savoie, it is your turn.
Okay, so now I have to go through the Constitution save again.
Nice.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Nice
Oh
time
yeah.
for that. So we are now all in this hallway. I'm going to just move to the middle so that whatever happens, I have a moment to do something about it. I'm just going to ready a quill to throw at the first thing that pops in a door that I don't know.
Sounds good. Professor.
I will ready a green flame blade.
Sounds good. Murray.
I'm gonna do my best. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. But gonna like come over here and say it was nice meeting you. I hope we see each other again very soon. As I turn back around with my my bow, readying a attack. There's no way that I'm gonna be able to hide from them, right? I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
Nah. Okay. In that case, that's my bonus action. I'm gonna look back.
Well,
and
no,
fix
I
my-
guess that's not true. You could do that. You could do a stealth check right now. They can't see you currently, so.
All right. I fixed my hairpiece anyway, and look back at her kind of with a smile, and I'll go ahead and roll my stealth check, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Then the next thing that happens is Pandora is gonna give you a wink and hit the button. But as the tunnel's gonna pass by the Tholes,
Okay.
so there's gonna be a bunch of readied actions that are gonna happen.
Cramp.
So I'll just leave the passageway like it is for now, but one of the Tholes trying to figure out process of.
I mean,
Who
they
gets
have their
to go
stuff laid
first?
first. To be fair, yeah, their
One
stuff
of,
laid
yeah,
first.
one of them will get a swipe at you. A 24 to hit.
Mhm.
Who was the one that? Which of the ones pushed the button, Alex?
It would have been number 1.
Okay.
So this one hits and deals 5 points of damage, and then a Constitution saving throw, which you make. Then the mage is going to take their readied action. A ray of sickness.
Oh no.
We'll say at Professor also, you're the first thing that they see. I'm just gonna roll a d20. It's a +3 to hit. 15 will miss, right?
Yeah, that misses.
Okay. So then, who else had readied actions? I think.
Yep.
I did.
Let's just go. Let's go across here with. Let's start with Brett. You are all gonna get one, but
Who? I'm sorry. Who's gonna go?
Britt,
You are.
Jermaine, Murray.
Oh,
Brett
Murray, Brett,
Jermaine
Jermaine.
Murray.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
You're first, Brett Jermaine Murray.
It's been a very long session. Okay. I'm just kidding, Alex. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. Or do whatever you choose. Advantage attack coming towards. Would it? I'm gonna go against the mage. That's in range, right? I could attack that guy.
Yeah.
All right. In the words of Casey, DJ Cole, geek the mage.
Yeah, I'm worried. Hold on.
It's not.
Uh-oh. Replicated.
I think
They're
I think
multiplying.
you can hit that one, and it'll be good.
Yeah. Did it? I didn't see the attack. We're good. Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to target that token that's on
Oh.
there.
All right. Here we go.
That'll
Nice.
Sneaky attack. Here we go.
Right, Jermaine Murray.
How dare you? You shut your mouth. You're not my dad. All right. 13 points.
hit. Professor, you had a ready to action.
Green Flame Blade at Thol 2. Stab with the sword.
Hits.
He'll take that. Okay. And Thol 1 will take 4 points of fire damage. If I can target him. I'll just drop the damage on him. Boop.
All right. And then Savoie, you had a ready to action.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fling a dart into Thol 2 as well,
And that'll hit.
and that'll do this plus another D4.
Additional 2 points. That one's not
Yeah.
looking too good. Wounds all up and down its body. Okay, so really what ultimately happens is the passageway ends.
We are going to be
Kind-
so dizzy.
So dizzy. And Pandora gets out there.
Goodbye, my love.
Next up would be Helibet.
I didn't have a ready to action.
This is actually your turn.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna have to. Is that Bane gonna work automatically?
Yeah, you guys, you haven't done anything to disrupt its concentration yet. Although it actually did take a shot. He did get hit. Who? I think Murray, you hit it, right?
Yep.
What was it? 16 points.
Was it Thule 2 that did the spell?
So no, it was the Necromage. So 1 second, I have to do a concentration check.
Yeah, let me. I'll let you know. It was attack from Murray was a 13.
It'll fail. It fails. The Bane is gone.
Okay. Nice.
Bane is gone.
Yep.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Then I'll bet we'll move up and then he'll be able to have access to these first two right here.
Well, hold on. Sorry. This is one of those things that works better in person. Because you guys, you're all over here right now. I'm doing my best to do this on an angle.
Don't worry. We got you.
Fine.
We understand what's going on.
That's why I
Yeah.
moved to the middle. I thought that might make it easier.
just
Just spin it around.
So I'm not next to the Thules?
Yeah, the Thules, you can't see them right now because I'm trying to draw it again to help you understand what's happening. The passageway is at an angle right now.
Okay. Well, I'll just ready an act. Are we spinning around or something? Or
Not currently. You're currently stationary.
okay. What direction were we gonna head in?
The passageway, when you hit the button, it turns clockwise. You got 8 buttons on there that correspond to the different entrances. Your character
Yeah,
just
but
kind of knows.
I thought we were trying to get to a certain direction to head at.
Well, at this point, all of the leaders have gone to where they need to rally the people to head downstairs.
So we're gonna try and take out those stools, or
That was the last thing that Pandora asked you to get control of the rotating passageway.
If we don't kill him, just gonna follow.
All right. Well, I'll just ready an action for the next time it turns back to them. Then.
You're readying like an weapon attack?
Yeah, with my warhammer.
Okay. Next up is... Well, I know the Velociraptor's at the top of the initiative, so it's your turn. Eventually, Fantasy Grounds will turn over.
Sounds good. So,
There it is.
all right. So I guess if everyone else is okay, I'll hit the button so that way we can deal with the things. Oops. If the professor doesn't mind me scooting by to do the Velociraptor elevator nose tap.
I don't know exactly what you're doing, little frog person, who is now a reptilian of some sort.
Cute.
Give me a quick acrobatics check.
Cute. Cute.
That's all I need to hear.
+2. And let's give that a try. Cute.
All right, you got it. So
sorry to make you move that again, but
we were going to end up here eventually. So Halibut, you've got a readied attack, which you could do.
All right. I will take an attack at tool 2.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Boy.
Roll a d6.
Oh no.
That's the way my life.
Okay.
All right, nothing further happens on that. So then, Pico, it was your action to move that. Anything else?
no, that's really it for me.
All right, the Tholes will go, and you will notice. No, you won't notice that. They are going to make a couple of attacks. Maybe. This first one's going to attack Halibut.
Maybe, baby.
2 claw attacks. First one is a 17 that misses.
Oof.
Second
Wow.
attack,
Nice.
critical hit.
Oh boy.
Ouch.
10 points and a Constitution saving throw, which you succeed. The second Thule is going to attack Professor. 2 claw attacks.
Yeah.
23, shield.
Like a 24.
Second attack misses, blocked by the shield also. The Necromage is gonna cast Ray of Enfeeblement. And I don't remember what. I think it's an attack roll. Range spell attack. Oh, I'm sorry. It's gonna do a witch bolt, and it's gonna do that at halibut. I'm just gonna
What is
roll the d20. Witch bolt. It's a critical hit.
Oh my goodness.
So, the witch bolt, the electrical energy from its fingertips wraps around your body. Help me out. Is it a D10?
D12.
D12.
It's not good.
Nope.
Yeah.
It didn't.
But hey, you're no longer baned.
Look on the price
23
tag,
points
guys.
of damage.
How many?
23. That's almost max. That's a 12 and 11. Okay.
This
Halibut
guy
is
needs to
down.
go down. Oh no, not halibut.
Well, what is good about that is that it breaks the witch bolt for the next round.
Savoie, it is your turn.
Yes.
I really didn't like seeing my friend Halibut go down, who has been so instrumental to me being alive right now. So I moved forward to where he was, and then I misty step with a bonus action 30 feet to get right behind the mage dude. And then I go for a smack right to the back of his head.
That hits. Eight points. He's gonna have to make a concentration check on that witch bolt. Makes the save.
Ah.
All right. Next up, Professor.
That was my idea.
Yeah.
He's just say,
Stealing lessons from my coach.
well, that's the wizard. I kind of forget it. He's gonna cast magic missile at fourth. That's not fourth level, second level. At the wizard, the mage. Just pop, 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 pop. So dupe, 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 and dupe.
All right. Making some saves. And he maintained concentration.
Man, what a trooper!
He's a deep thinker.
He's not a trooper. Trooper is what you say to one of your buddies. He's not your buddy.
That's all I got.
All right, Murray, it is your turn.
So he still has the witch's bolt on halibut?
Yes.
Oh crap. Well, that's not good. We're going to attempt to hide then. We're going to have to break this concentration. I was going to even if so the witch's bolt, even if someone like goes in front of the character, it's still going to attack. Like I can't
Sticks
like
some.
it sticks to him. All right.
Try
well, I'm
to
gonna try
yeah,
to-
running interference won't quite break it.
Okay. In that case, I am going to attempt to hide. Crap.
Ooh, that won't be enough.
I know. Fuck! He says, and he runs out. Excuse me, sorry. And he's he's gonna shoot at. Oh, I can't even shoot at him, huh? Because the two are in front of him.
You can shoot him.
All right, I'm gonna shoot at the mage, and I'm going to use my chat inspiration for this one.
Sounds good.
We gotta get this guy to not hurt him.
That'll
Nice.
All right, sneak attack.
9 points. Con
Dang it.
Save.
Break it.
You broke it.
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
You rolled a 6.
All right. I'm gonna move up one more, and I'm gonna go yes, and then go. Oh no! Save him! Get him out of there! He's gonna
This-
yell, and that'll be
This
the
would
end
be a
of-
really bad time, by the way, for the tunnel to turn. Just thought I'd bring that up.
or good. I guess. I mean,
Don't
it
give the
would be bad.
DM ideas, Scott.
Halibut, make a death saving throw.
I'm sorry, Halibut.
All right,
Ooh,
one
no.
fail. Velociraptor's turn.
Question. If I were to turn back to Pico and grungs are able to do, I think, like a 15-foot long jump from standing? Something like that. Something weird like that. Would I be able to jump over the thole to like get on the other side?
We'll say it has to be a. I'll give you a skill check to see if you can.
Okay.
Typically, you can't move through those spaces, but because of that
Yeah.
ability, I would allow a skill check there.
Or if not a jump, then because he has a climbing speed, would I be able to like go across the wall or something?
Spider Grung.
It would probably be kind of difficult because of the portal that makes up the.
Yeah.
So you're probably better off with the long jump strategy.
Okay. I wanted to ask because I don't think I can really get over there without disadvantaging the people who are already there.
Yeah.
So I would like to try to turn back to normal Pico and then just jump over so I'm on the other side.
Give me a acrobatics skill check. I'm gonna make it a
Oh.
15 on this one. It might be a little difficult with two of them there,
Oh.
but
Gotcha. Alright. Alright, here we go. Come on, Pico.
thread the needle.
Dang!
So what happens is you go to like kind of try to make this jump,
Uh-huh.
and we won't make it much more of a penalty than this, but basically one of them kind of grabs you and then like throws you back, so
Gotcha.
you don't make it through.
Okay. Sounds good.
Good shot.
Yeah.
Was a good shot. I think that was just my movement. So if I can still use my bonus action, I'm just gonna shillelagh the shovel. And then
Sounds good.
that'll be it.
We're ready to be down. You can stand on top.
It's okay if you stand on my face.
We'll Voltron force. We'll Voltron force this.
You watch as the tholes, it seems like their skin is like healing up and regenerating.
I want to
Yeah.
see that.
And thole number 1 is... Oh.
There.
Fight me! Fight me, you stupid hobgoblin looking asses!
When I
What,
said get him out
terrible-
of there, I meant get him out of there.
Professor, I'll let you...
Huh?
Professor, I'll let you have a free... If you could do a DC 15 intimidation check, we will
Get him.
say that he doesn't go for halibut.
What, you scared of an old man, you fools? What do you think you're doing?
Nice.
Yes.
You draw the ire of the thole.
Fight me!
23.
Just gonna use the sword and swipe it away, cast shield again.
Second attack. Another 23.
Still misses.
Thole 2. Hits the button.
Son of a... God damn it. We gave the DM ideas.
Where did you get that idea?
It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
We...
Good luck.
I am trapped in the wall. No, I'm stuck. Help me.
Oh no.
The Necromage is going to cast Inflict Wounds on Savoie, which I think is an attack roll. Gets a crit.
Oh no!
What's up with this, Alex?
I don't know.
Literally.
You're killing me.
It would have been
cast counter
nice
spell
if
at
the FUD
level.
could have gotten these rolls.
No, wouldn't have.
I mean, we're
yeah,
all
would've.
together then.
I wish I was. I
This
don't
is
have.
gonna
anything.
hurt.
This is going to be 60-10 damage. 27 points.
Yeah, I'm down.
Oh,
Beyond down.
I got no healing. Where's Selvin when you need him?
I wonder how Sam was doing.
Hopefully, Kennedius has got a way to jump through walls.
Death saving throw happens. It's a failure. Professor, it is your turn.
God, I pushed the button.
You push the button, and you're
Before
back.
I do, Pico, can you get Halibut up? Is that a thing you can do?
On my turn, yes.
Okay. I push the button, and with my
Wait, up
Do
as
I
in like help him stand up, or is he like down and I missed
he's
that?
down.
down.
Oh,
He's
it's
been
down.
down.
I don't
Yeah,
think...
he's down. That's why I said, get him out of there. I don't think he understands. No, Halibut, he's not pretending to sleep. He's down.
Sorry, I heard down, and I don't know why I didn't think that meant like dead down.
If you see on their little well,
I could get
if you
there.
highlight their
No, I
their
use
token.
action economy. Let me rephrase that. I use the owl to push the button because owl.
Yep.
Why would I use
It
my
looks
action to do
very
it?
peaceful.
If you if you see the token and you see that it's gray, the little
Oh, that is good to know.
you could it shows that it's dying and he's lost. He's I believe
I'm gonna-
that's one death save.
Got it.
I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna use my action and cast Screen Flame Blade and stab full number 2 again. So stab.
That'll
Hit
hit.
him. He'll take this much damage. Soul 1 will take 4 points of fire damage. Once I can get it over to him. And I'm going to use my last spell slot at 2nd level, cast Misty Step. And appear right here.
All right, so you're out of the rotating passageway. Murray, it is your turn.
Murray Brett Jermaine is going to run up and drag the lifeless body of Halibut underneath his legs, almost like a football, and chuck him back as best he can.
Sounds good. You can do that.
Did you just
How far
hike
do I
the
get to-
dwarf? The Goliath?
Suplex.
How far do I get to throw him?
You can move him basically like right next to your square.
I'm gonna throw him. I'm gonna throw him behind me, if that's okay. One square behind me. If that's okay, Halibut. Even though
He doesn't have too much of a choice in the matter.
Pico! Hi, I'm Mary Brett Jermaine. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Help him!
I'll try. I have no healing spells.
What?
and I'm gonna move. Oh
I
my
have,
god.
I have a good berry.
Oh, that works.
Yeah,
He's
it'll
going
take 2
to
turns.
stand. He's gonna
Oh,
stand
no.
here, use his cunning action to dodge, and that'll be the end of Mary Brett Jermaine's turn.
All right. Pico, or no. Halibut, make a death saving throw. Let you roll it.
There's still a chance. There you
All
go.
right, this is a success.
Nice.
Yes.
Now we're back to.
Fail, one save.
Let me adjust this, Pico. Pico, it's your turn.
So he has one success. Was there one fail or one?
Yes.
One fail, one
One
save.
fail, one success.
Okay. It's gonna take another turn, but I'm gonna at least cast Goodberry. That way, next time I come around, I can give him that, and he'll be back up.
Sounds
That's my only.
good.
That's my only healing I got.
It's good though. It's still good.
Yes.
It'll do in a pinch.
We are in quite a pinch.
Yeah.
The Tholes are up next.
Oogie boogie, kiss my butt.
Yeah, this
Can't
first
believe
one's
I'm
gonna
up here.
swing at Murray.
Man, what the hell am I doing? I must
24.
really like you, Halibut.
Alex.
I must really like you, Halibut.
4 points, and then a Constitution saving throw.
Yep.
Didn't you dodge though?
I did dodge. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is be at disadvantage. So that'll miss. Take back, because I applied the damage. Take back 4.
You got it, Alex. My pleasure.
Second attack would be an 11. That'll
Yep.
miss. The other Thole is going to step into the passage here. It's going to attack Pico. First attack misses. Second attack will hit 21 points. Or 21 to hit, sorry.
Points.
Wow.
8 points and a con saving throw.
Where did they hit Pico? Alex, where did they hit Pico?
Yeah, where they hit him?
Did
they
oh,
aim
is
for
this
the
His head,
head?
huh? They went for his head, huh? Not that it matters, right?
What is the impact or the implication? Is the poisoned skin?
Yeah.
It might matter on these guys. You're paralyzed though from the strike.
Goodberry.
Oh, God.
Okay, poison. Yeah, they could. What do I need to do for your ability?
DC 12 Constitution saving throw. And then I'll look up the flavor text.
It fails.
Cool. Let me pull up the official stuff so I don't give you my terrible memory version.
You also all will notice that they did not regenerate this turn.
Okay.
Ooh. They're considered poisoned for 1 minute.
Okay, poison effect.
The target must receive yeah. Any creature Constitution become poisoned for 1 minute. And then you can also apply that's if it's a piercing. So ignore that. Yeah, so he's poisoned.
All right. Next up is the Necromage. Professor is there. It pulls out a longsword and is going to swing at you. A critical hit.
Oh gosh. Alex, you save some crits for the rest of us?
This is for the FUD. I made a
It's for
video.
the fun. 9 points of damage. 21.
Wizard's going down, boys.
Oh my gosh.
That one gets through.
I don't have any spell slots left.
Hope you're rolling really good, guys.
Oh gosh.
9 points.
You left.
Old man.
Time for the Brotherhood to get back on the scene, or the maidens.
Savoie
perhaps.
has a success. Professor,
Is old.
Get that 20.
a failure. Murray.
Yep.
I don't think we have anybody watching us in the chat because I just said I've got 100,000 XP. We'll give for death saves. No responders.
Nope. Guys, I'm the one that's supposed to go down. I am. All right. Well, first off, we got to get some action economy going. Pico, did you have good berries in your hand?
They're now in my hand. Yeah.
All right, Pico. All right, I'm going to bonus action disengage. Free action if I can grab some good berries. Action. How many good berries can I grab? Only one, Alex?
I'll say you can have as many of them as you can pick up.
Pico, that's what, 10 good berries?
Yeah. I just did the 10 real quick.
All right, I'm going to grab 8 of them. I'm going to put them in a halibut's mouth, and I'm going to chew and make him swallow.
All right, you got eight hit points back, Halibut.
I was finally getting some rest.
It felt really good.
And then it's gonna be Halibut's turn.
I can't even die well.
Darkness was nice.
All right, Halibut, you're back up. You're laying on the ground. You're chewing on these delicious berries.
Wake up! Wake up! Tell me you have. Tell me you have
Some long range
healing
healing
word or
spells.
something, please.
Let's see.
I was using an owl to get Savoie up with the good berry, but you know.
Yeah.
He's gonna try and cast Sacred Flame on Thule 2.
All right.
Let's see. Did that work? No.
You just need a dex save. Oh, you got it. Yep,
Nice.
he fails.
He failed?
Yep.
Please be enough.
Come
We need
on.
at least one of these guys off the
He's
field.
been getting stabbed repeatedly. He's got to be close.
Oh. 1 point of damage.
But not that close.
Not quite that close.
But he's wounded.
Does that have to demoralize him and make him turn tail?
let me
Needs to make his morale check.
He's a broken unit. He's got to go.
can I cast Healing Word as a second level spell on
Sure.
Pico here.
Is Pico the one you want to do it on?
Oh, wait a
still...
minute.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
You sure you don't want to do it on
You
Brett?
may not have noticed while you were dead that 2 other people were dying.
Murray Brett Jermaine will take it, though. I'm just
I
kidding.
had my screen. Takes
Both
a while to
Professor
get my
and
bearings.
Savoie
You know,
are
I
down.
didn't know what was happening while I'm down. You know.
You're on a rotating carousel of a hallway. Yeah.
This is the sort of motion sickness sets in.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one to do? Sava's been down the longest, so I think I'll do it on him.
Okay.
What?
Makes sense. No, I just like the logic. He's been down the
Well, I
longest.
didn't know if he had. Has any of them done any death saving throws yet?
We both have. Savoie's done twice. I think I've done it once.
What's that? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, you
Yep.
you can do that. Go ahead and cast the healing word.
Oh, let's see.
Splash damage.
What's that?
When were you going to tell us you're actually strictly a level 12 wizard with mass cure wounds?
I
Cleric.
don't.
Never mind.
Having a
Why
hard time
can't
pulling
one
it
of
up.
us? We need to get possessed. That's all I gotta say.
You want me to... You got it? Okay.
I don't know how to do it on as a second level. I'll just do it as a first level right now.
Well, you just throw another D4 in. All right,
Nice.
so an additional 3 on top of what you got back, Savoie.
All right, so I'm just let roll with what it seems on there. I've got so another 3 off.
Yeah, an additional 3.
Okay.
And then we
All right.
are back to the top. Pico.
Yes. I think I'm still paralyzed.
Yes, you are. You get to do another con save at the end of your turn.
Cool. If I'm paralyzed, then I can't really do anything else, though, right?
Yeah, this happens at the end of your turn.
Gotcha. So how do I roll for the con save?
You can open up your character sheet and then go to the main page.
Okay.
And then off on the right, you've got the saves. You can double click on con.
There it is. Okay. Double click.
And an 11 is enough.
Oh, it is? Oh, cool. Sweet.
So at the end of your turn, you regain control over your body as we turn to the Tholes. Thole 1 had no fire damage on it. Thole 2 had no fire damage on it. Alright, so the first Thole is going to move into the passageway here and attack Murray. First
Do I
one
still
misses.
Look at that.
Yeah,
You can't
nice.
roll below 24.
And the second one misses. What were you going to say?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The second one is poisoned, but is going to try to attack Pico. Disadvantage. First attack misses. And second attack also misses.
Yay.
Necromage regenerates a bit. Sword out.
I'm deliberately not moving, though healed. I'm staying very quiet. My healed state.
It's gonna swing at Professor.
He's down.
He is
Professor's
down.
dead. And he's dead.
Huh?
He's dead.
Who's dead?
Professor. That's 2
Yeah?
kills. I already had 1.
Swings at Savoie, who's prone. Hits. Then it becomes Savoie's turn. 1 fail. Professor's dead.
That's all I got.
Murray.
Alex is a killer.
Ed! No! He is going to attack Thole 1 with his rapier. Sorry, I have to move windows around to be able to attack him. There we go.
Never get off the boat, they said.
That's a hit.
Okay. Sneak attack. Damage.
That one goes down.
He is going to disengage, run over to Professor, and though he's down. Oh, wait, Savoie is down too, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
But still breathing.
okay. All right. Well, I mean, he can't do much else besides he's going to attempt to try to tackle the old necromage, but he's not very strong, so he kind of, and he gets here and that's it.
All right. Halibut, it is your turn.
Halibut's moving up here, and he's gonna do a healing word on Savoie, which is a bonus action. I can't do anything for the Professor, unfortunately, anymore. Maybe I should have healed him first, but
Oh, you were doing fine. That was perfect.
I think the 12 points would have killed either one of us back to being dead.
let's see.
Five points back to Savoie.
All right, and I'm going to attack with my Warhammer with this dual one here then. Finally. Oh,
5 points.
keep getting ones.
All right. Anything else, Halibut?
I think I used up anything I could actually do beyond that.
Pico.
Pico is okay, so he's back up. Murray Brett remains over there. I'm gonna stick with Halibut. I'm gonna do Shillelagh on my shovel and just try to smack the Thole. Smack him.
A 13. Not quite enough.
Gosh dang it.
Oh.
Pico says a bad word in Grung, and then that's my turn.
The Thole's turn comes up. It regenerates a bit. Didn't take any fire damage that turn. And it's going to swing at Halibut. A 19 hits.
Oh no.
Halibut goes down.
Oh,
It swings at Pico.
rest again.
A 21.
Sweet.
Run for it, Murray. Murray, just run for it.
Save yourself.
Live to tell the tale.
Pico goes down.
God.
The Necromage is up, and Murray, you're up in its face. He's gonna swing at you with its longsword.
Mm-hmm.
A 19 to hit.
Yep.
Seven points.
Murray, you hear from the owl. You're built like a rock.
Second attack misses.
Oh,
Rock, Murray. You're built like a rock.
I'll save it for another time, Al. Thank you.
Savoie, it becomes your turn, but the passageway rotates.
Oh no.
Okay. So it's been so long since I've had something to do besides just die. I'm going to take just a brief moment and think, what would be the right thing to do? Stay and fight, or run like a coward? And I think I'm going to go with the stupid choice and fight.
Oh, good. I'm happy that you chose fight.
So first, gonna
That's a
go
hit.
quarterstaff strike.
Six points.
And then going to blow a key point to try and hit him with a flurry.
Ooh, critical hit.
Nice.
Oh, that's
It's
good.
time for that.
Finish him. We got to get him out of there.
9 points.
And the other half of that flurry of blows. Come on, let's get another one. Ah!
Doesn't quite catch him on that one. And after anything else from Savoie?
No, I blew every move I had.
Murray.
Savoie, what type of monk are you?
A dying one?
Okay.
Oh, the Kensi monk.
Okay. All right. Murray is going to. Can he use his bonus action first to use his offhand to attack?
You're gonna use the attack action?
Yeah. Oh, well, no. Well. No. No, I guess that doesn't work, huh? Damn. Okay. In that case, I am going to, with tears in his eyes, he's going to look at Professor, look at the Necromage, disengage with his bonus action, and get that coming back towards us.
You go and you hit the switch.
Yep.
The passageway turns around, and when it comes back around, the Thole is dead, and the passageway is filled with warrior maidens of Madarua, the Brotherhood of Gorm, and some of the Magi. They have a number of wounded themselves that are laying in the passageway, but we will. Well, where are we at in the initiative here?
It's
Yeah, we'll say, but basically by the time this swings around, there's enough forces in there that are going to dispatch with this last remaining Thole. You'll be able to grab Professor's body. There's no
Yeah, I
time to
think-
tell that story there. Oh, go ahead.
If anything, Murray, I would say Murray would go and very respectfully grab Professor's body, kind of put his mask over his face, kind of carry him over, and plead with them to try to help him.
and I go right to the face of the Brotherhood of Grom. This is what we're talking about. This guy is a Magi. He died fighting for us. And you say they're not going to be on our side.
And Canadius just says he fought honorably. His sacrifice is not a permanent one. He fought bravely here. The Magi, they say, you know, we stand with them. We go together now to our city. I am sure that in time we'll be able to talk with Auriga. Their god is one of healing. I'm sure that they have a way to undo this.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, come.
No, hey, you shut your mouth. You shut your pig mouth. Shut up. We need to save this. We need to save
No,
this gentleman.
absolutely.
And
He'd be crying.
The whole
crying,
exodus
grieving.
of the Brotherhood and the Maidens and the Magi go with you down below. And Ariga essentially leads the group to a section of the 4th level, a section that your group hadn't gone towards, and is able to pull up some of the flagstone and reveals that there is indeed a tunnel that seems to like dig down into the earth. And so rather than being in the proper pyramid, as you're all kind of single file having to climb down into this pit and file down, you're getting the sense you're not in the pyramid anymore. You're actually underneath the earth and crawling around in the dirt. I think maybe we'll pick up on that one probably in the next session, digging around in this tunnel. But these tunnels are naturally created by... This is basically a huge ant nest that you're crawling around in. But it burrows all the way through the earth and does have a channel that will take you all to the cavern where the Lost City is. A little bit of a grim ending here with Professor having died. But the good news is that the next leg of the adventure is reclaiming sections of the city. And part of that will be trying to get back to the Library of the Magi, where they do have access to spell casting that can reverse the effects of death. And if you could get to it in time, maybe within the next, I think it's like 10 days or so, there could be a chance of bringing Professor back. So that is where we will leave it.
Wow.
That's heavy.
Yeah. The only person watching us in chat was like, yeah, TPK. Sounds like the right thing to do.
Yeah.
No help whatsoever.
It was me.
The fan club.
Corey called it earlier, I guess.
I was like, we can't let this happen.
I mean, you just kept getting 19, 24, 26.
Yeah, that was just
Max
like
damage.
that's exactly what happened, right? Like it was just a result of critical hits on very
What the fuck?
specific things, like inflict wounds, where it's gonna, inflict wounds already does a lot of damage. Then you crit it.
There was a lot of lucky monsters in that one.
And the order didn't always help either. Like, all right, you're brought back to healing, but you have to wait for your turn. He hits you first. You're back dead.
Yep.
Paralysis.
Who knew the rogue was going to be standing?
There
not
was
equipped.
one magic item that you will have received off of the Thole Necromage, and that's a +1 longsword that he had.
Ooh.
So that has been added to the party sheet. We are going to get some EXP and such doled out, but I'm going to pull us off. Thanks. I think Dakota's there watching. Thanks for hanging out with us here tonight. We're going to pull us offline. And we will talk to you all very, very soon.
Goodbye.